That was my depression? That's right, dude. Exactly. You had to sell your kids? Hell yeah, dude. Hopefully you got a good price. They don't really go for that much nowadays, but, you know. Hopefully you still manage to do okay. Ooh, $50 each is brutal, dude. That's barely enough to afford Mario Kart. Daryl's home with the 2 GameStop scammed Griffin. That's right, man. I got gypped. You can't upload Switch 2 footage because the console is locked until midnight on release night. So Nintendo thought ahead on that one. So even if somebody stole it, which they did, and they tried to like film themselves playing it, the console, when they connected it to the internet, immediately bricked. So RIP. Bro stole the Nintendo Switch for, I guess, the unboxing views, and that's it. Unfortunate. Which, who knows, maybe he'll get enough views from it that it won't matter, but still, that's gotta suck, because you'd probably be able to make, you know, thousands and thousands of dollars showing footage of it early. Can't have shit anymore? That's right. Yeah, I mean, we basically have already been paying $100 for video games if you really boil it down, but yeah. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, they bricked the console. I mean, it's stolen, so yeah, they bricked it. This usually happens with any console launch if people are dumb enough to hook it up to the internet. Same with, like, if you ever get your hands on a dev kit. The same thing happens. Like, if you somehow get a dev kit from a developer of like a PlayStation or an Xbox or whatever it might be, the second you hook it up, they you know, brick that shit immediately. So yeah, let me pull something up real quick, bro. This shit's bad. Hold on. It's worse than expected. Hold on. Here it is. Look at this shit, bro. These are the expected sales. Look at that shit, bro. 3 million players, 2.2 million on Goy Pass, 0.2 million sales, 0.4 million on Steam,
I know
and
math
0.2
is
million
hard
on PlayStation.
when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
That's really bad, bro. That is a certified flop. If it only sold 0.8 million copies in the first, like, what, 2 weeks? That's a massive flop. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, that's really bad. Hold on, I was trying to see if I could find the other one, too. This was a different one. This isn't what I was looking for, but yeah. Why is he always wrong? I'll believe it when I see it. Sony is set to announce PS5 discounts this week, including the official PS5 Pro price cut. Sony literally just had an earnings call saying that they're worried about tariffs and inventory. They stockpiled the 3-month supply of consoles in the US to combat it. I'd be very surprised if they did a sale after everything they just stated during last quarter's earnings. And they just did the sale today. Quite sad, isn't it? So there you go. Another gaming industry expert. Is this it? Yeah, I mean, this is similar. I don't know. Maybe I didn't send it to myself. Shit. But it was like a breakdown of like how they arrived at that number. Yeah, maybe I didn't send it to myself. Oops. Yeah, that's right, dude. The no data on the disc is what killed the game. Absolutely. If it just had more than 8 megabytes on the disc, then, you know, it would have sold millions and millions of copies. At least that's what Dreamcast guys said, right? Even though, what, 80% of PlayStation games sell digitally, and nobody would care. Microsoft has not announced players for Oblivion yet, so I have no idea. Yeah, this shit, if this is actually true, this is like disaster tier. Like, think about it, they developed the game for 5 years, and it's maybe gonna sell 2 million copies? That's really bad. I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat that, bro. That's a long fucking dev cycle to sell that few copies. You know, maybe if Microsoft actually fucking, you know, advertised their games, it wouldn't have been this way, but I don't know. But, yeah, that's pretty bad. The story was like the only improvement. I don't even think it was a good improvement. Like, personally, I didn't really care about the story at all. I don't really think it added anything, to be honest. I mean, I guess maybe provided some rule of cool moments, but not really. I don't know. I feel like the story was just kind of unnecessary again. I don't really feel like it added that much, but, you know. Yeah, it's like the original Doom dev said, you know? The Doom story's like a story in porn. You know, everybody's just there for the cum shot. I mean, I don't know if they actually said the cum shot part, but, you know. Nobody's there for the plot progression. They're there for the action, man. They're there for the nutsack slapping up against the chick's stomach. Not the fucking, Big brother, I'm stuck. Help me. Yeah, like Mario. Nobody cares about how deep Bowser is draining his... Never mind. You know, all that matters is the Bing Bing Wahoo. Hold on, let me turn my light off real quick. I forgot to do that. That's the bad thing about the OLED monitor is you have to turn your overhead lights off, but you know, it's a small price to pay. Why is that? Because this screen has like a glossy finish, so if you have light shining on it, it gives it like a reflective kind of effect, and it acts like a mirror. So yeah, apparently this is a pretty reputable source, and then apparently they sourced it from a LinkedIn post, which I don't have LinkedIn, so I can't open it. But yeah, supposedly this is pretty reputable numbers. Game Pass, that's right. Keep adding games to my backlog. You know, Redfall, Starfield, Crackdown 3. All the biggest bangers of the generation. Alright, let me refresh the super chat feed. Let's see. Dude, my stomach is fucked up tonight. Jeez. Ever since I got back from walking the dog. That is like the worst feeling when you're like pinching the shit in while walking your dog trying to get back. It's like, oh fuck. Let's see. So, E-Man, oh god, what's this? Game of Thrones King's Road? Is this like some shitty mobile game? It's a shitty Korean mobile game. Alright, well. Let me see what it is. If it's like a base builder, I'm not gonna play it for very long. I'm not sitting through that gameplay arc. It's got a 66. Single player game that charges for... Oh, this game. Okay. Now I know what this is. That's that game that they advertised during the, okay, the Game Awards or whatever. Yeah, I remember this shit. Okay, let me, Alright, it's downloading. Saul Goodman with the 2. Thanks for the gay pair, man. And Bamaham Yum with the 5. Microsoft signed off on the Black Ops, or the Black Flops 6 bundle for the Days of Play sale. They really don't want you to buy an Xbox. I know. They didn't even bundle Call of Duty with their own console, but meanwhile, PlayStation's giving it to you for free with a $50 discount. Crazy, man. You know, Microsoft's not even trying to beat the allegations that they just raised the price of the console for the fucking hell of it. So, what happened to those tariffs, man? I thought they were raising the price because of tariffs. Which is exactly what I said wasn't the case, but you know. It was the fact that they cited higher development costs, you know, with Xbox not selling games anymore on the Xbox console, third-party games specifically. You know, they have to make money elsewhere. So what do? You
awesome.
make money
Thanks,
on the actual hardware sale itself, because you're not making as much downstream revenue because people aren't buying as much shit on your platform anymore. So you have to make up the cost of the console on the actual sale of the console now, instead of relying on third-party game sales, because there aren't any. I mean, what's kind of crazy is, in theory, PlayStation is making more money from Call of Duty overall than Xbox is. Like, if you
either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Because PlayStation gets
either
30% of the revenue with zero dev cost.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Not a penny has to be paid to develop that game.
Subscribe, donate,
and they get a 30% profit margin on every sale.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Activision does not operate at a 30% profit
subscribe,
margin.
Donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe,
Raging
donate,
Boar with the
or
10
get the fuck
gifted
out.
memberships. Really appreciate it.
Either
That's
subscribe,
very,
donate,
very
or
kind.
get the fuck
Thanks
out.
so much.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Alright, why is this a thing? I have never once told this game to open on this monitor. But yeah, Xbox has put themselves in a really bad spot. And I don't think there's any coming back from it, obviously, but the hole just keeps getting deeper and deeper. And now they're gonna come out with like this, you know, console handheld device that's not actually a console, but it's called an Xbox, that doesn't play Xbox games. Instead, it plays PC games, which I'm sure people are going to be confused by, because they're going to go, oh, it's an Xbox handheld, dude. I'm going to play my Xbox games on it, and then it's not going to play any of them. It's only going to play the fucking, you know, cross-buy games, which are few and far between. So, I don't get it, personally. I genuinely don't.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Let's see. DJ Aftershock with a 5. If you actually like Boruto, then you might actually be, then you are actually human livestock. The Nine Tails dying to Sasuke getting his Renegon stabbed out. It is a way, yeah. Boruto is fucking retarded. I mean, I didn't watch past 2 episodes, so I don't even know what the fuck happened in that dog shit, to be honest. I didn't watch past 2 episodes when it came out. I thought it was fucking gay. It gets better after 100 episodes. Yeah, I ain't got time for all that. Hell nah. And Creators Freedom with the 2 Stellar Cheeks PC June 11th. Are you ready? Is Apollo ready? Well, Apollo might not be ready, but I definitely am. And let's see, Darylson with the 2 and the gay pair. Appreciate it, man. And Shaka Shaka Gaming with the 10. Fred said if you were excited, said if you're interested in the Switch 2, your gaming taste is horrible and for children. Yeah, it says the literal fucking pot addict who's a quote-unquote full-time YouTuber. Yeah. You know, he definitely should be the fucking arbiter of what it means to be mature, right? The fucking stay-at-home, wannabe YouTuber, literal fucking weed addict. Wowie zowie, man. You know, we can only aspire to be as great as him one day. I wonder what he'd say if it was Indiana Jones, the first Microslob classic. Yeah, didn't this fucking retard shill for Wi-Fi Slush and all the other Microsoft, you know, Kitty Bop games that, you know, they release into Goy Pass? So, I mean, how the fuck are you actually gonna stand up and say, like, oh, if you like Mario and you like, you know, Mario Kart, Zeldas, that type of stuff, that you have shit taste in gaming, when, like, Nintendo, whether you like their games or not, has indisputably one of the best ongoing libraries of IPs in the history of the gaming industry. Like, you can say that it's not to your taste, you don't like those type of games, but if you're gonna sit there and pretend like, you know, the entire world is just completely wrong about Nintendo IPs, and has been for the past 40 years, then you're just a fucking retard. Like, sorry. Like, I don't have to like Souls likes to acknowledge that, yeah, they're obviously popular and people like them. So. Or, you know, Expedition 33, whatever. I don't think the game's that great, but I can, I guess, understand why people like it. But, yeah, he's a fucking weed-rotted retard, so not really surprising. DJ Aftershock with the 2, the animation is shit too. Insert Boruto crying. Yeah.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
The animation studio, but they've gone downhill so much. I forgot. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. The infamous Boruto crying scene.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
And Jesus with the 5, Game Pass killed the Dark Ages. I didn't really like the game, but it should have sold much. I agree, man. Should have sold much better. Anything that launches on Game Pass dies. That and the fact that, you know, Microsoft just doesn't know how to hype up their games. Like, Doom Eternal had a way better hype cycle than this game did. No, the fact of the matter is, bro, He literally has a fucking popsicle stick puppet as a fucking PNG mascot. And he's gonna call things childish. Like, really? You're a fucking PNG YouTuber. That is like the most childish form of commentary content imaginable. So, like I always say, bro, he's the stick missing from the rest of the bundle. Sneed feed with the 13 months. We are gaming. Yeah, we're playing some slop Goy of Thrones game or something like that. And Jesus with the 5. There's no way a business can justify launching their $70 game in Game Pass day and date on a $15. Well, on PC it's only $12, I think, or 10 or something like that. So it's even worse. It borders on sabotage. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like giving someone a, what, 80% discount on launch day? You know, I understand why people didn't buy it on Steam. Personally, I knew I was going to buy it on Steam because I wanted to play it on Steam. But, yeah, if you don't care and you just wanted to play through the game once or twice, you know, $10 PC Game Pass, you get an 80% discount, you don't have to buy the game, and you're done. And then you can play some other shit while you still have your membership for a month. And Microsoft loses out on shitloads of money. Like, you know, just put it into perspective. They would have sold that one game. You'd have to be sold the Game Pass on PC for 7 months.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
To make up that differential. Whereas, like, you know, let's say you sub to Game Pass on PC and somebody pays for a month. They play Doom, Indiana Jones, and Expedition 33 for $10. Okay, well, now... What is that? Like, they would have made $70 from the sale of Doom. They would have made $15 from the sale of Expedition 33 because it's a third-party game. So they'd get their 30% cut. And let's say they played Indiana Jones, which is a $70 game. They just missed out on $155 worth of revenue and instead got $10. So if people keep doing the, oh, I'll subscribe for a month and cancel type, you know, model, especially on PC, they're going to lose their fucking ass. Like, that's terrible, man. And DJ Aftershock with a 5. Those fans are crazy, though. You hear about the anime reviewer who he and his family got doxxed and got sent pipe bombs for crapping on burrito. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, man. Don't you talk shit about my favorite anime. I'll suck your dick. Yeah, a bunch of mentally stable individuals. You all heard about the troon who killed themselves on Twitter. Which one? But no, I did not. At least they made the right decision. Jesus with the 5. Even if you like Game Pass, you should be upset because you'll never get sequels you like or new games you like because there's no financial incentive. Or what's going to happen is the budgets and scale of games are going to get dramatically fucking slashed. So, you know, this Doom game had a 5-year dev cycle, right? What are the chances that Microsoft is like, yeah, just do the same thing again?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
That's the other danger, too. It's like, you know, sure, you might get a sequel. But what's going to happen to the sequel is they're going to scale it back so much. You know, it's like Netflix, bro. I mean, have you guys ever watched a Netflix series where like the first season's really good and then the second season you can notice like a massive drop off in like the quality of like the editing and the special effects and everything? It just feels way cheaper and shittier even if you do get a second season. Like, it's that effect too if it doesn't just straight up get canceled. So like, nobody watches Netflix shows because they're amazing quality. They watch Netflix shows because it's slop entertainment that you can watch on demand pretty reliably. It's not known for its quality. Yeah, it's like straight to DVD movies back in the day. Yup. Daryl's on the 2. Griffin, I'm afraid the future of gaming. Is there even going to be a future of gaming? I really do think the Western industry's got to collapse. I mean, from what we know, you know, Microsoft is not running Activision at a profitable level. We can assume the same for the rest of their studios. I really wonder, like, how long are they going to keep this dream alive? But we'll see. The whole US tech sector is way overvalued anyway. So if Microsoft's stock starts dropping, I think that's when we'll start seeing some pretty big cuts. Because genuinely, we are due for a crash in the stock market. Even Star with the 5? You think they will show a teaser for Final Fantasy VII Part? No, I don't think so. They did it for Rebirth in 2022 and it released 2 years later, 2027 release window. I don't think so. I mean, maybe. If anything, they'll probably tease the Final Fantasy IX remastered, but I highly doubt it. I don't think so. It'd be cool if they did, but I think they're going to save everything until closer to the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VII. So that's what's kind of cool is Remake Part 3 is going to be coinciding with the 30th anniversary of the original game. So it'll be kind of neat. I'm sure they'll do a lot of special stuff for Final Fantasy VII. But yeah, I would imagine if we see anything, it's got to be that Final Fantasy IX remastered that's been leaked for like over a decade, it feels like at this point. Yeah, it'll also be my 30th anniversary too. Exactly. Final Fantasy VII and I are technically the same age, if you look at a year perspective. And Jesus with the 2 subscriptions have ruined entertainment. Yes and no. I mean, like, in the case of music, it definitely has, but, you know, the alternative wasn't amazing either. Although with music, I don't really know if it directly affects the quality or not. Because, like, you know, the music didn't get necessarily better or worse, but yeah. TV and movies definitely did. They definitely got worse. And especially with the more subscriptions get added to the market, the worse the quality gets. Because, you know, the money gets spread out more because people choose between one or the other. So. Yeah, I don't know if it got harder for musicians to make money with streaming, but I don't know if that directly correlated with a drop in quality. I mean, maybe it did, because it makes it so that record companies control the industry even more, because if you don't have good digital distribution, then you're kind of fucked. There's like no organic, you know, way to make money anymore from music other than selling concert tickets, which requires massive amounts of marketing and, you know, connections to get venues and planning and insurance. So making money in music is very inaccessible to normal people nowadays unless you have like a, you know, record label behind you doing all that legwork for you. So I guess you could argue that like it's gatekept a lot of people who should be making money from music from making money in music, which basically ensures that we have like a stagnated industry because, you know, once record labels sign a big artist, they're not going to let that artist become irrelevant if they can, so they can keep making money off. I don't know, bro. So Britt could be a 40-year-old truck driver.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Possible. Who's plucking belly button lint right now while behind the wheel of a semi. And Jesus of the Five, people now want bundles of a lot of different services now, which has obviously never been tried before for as long as TV has existed. I know, yeah. You can buy Amazon Prime Video with the HBO and whatever it is, Showtime add-ons for $50 a month. It's like, yeah, literally cable. Literally cable. We're back, baby. Damn, I'm popping off on these tards. That other guy is too, the Schmelman. Oh, I didn't get 20 kills. Shit. What a shame. Alright, I'm assuming that thing should be downloaded by now. I think Griffin is pathologically scared of women. Bro, I have to interact with women every day at work, so that's not the case. My primary client that I work with is a woman, so yeah, no. I have no issues conversating. Is she hot? I have no idea. I don't know. Nobody ever turns their camera on, so I have no idea. No clue. Yeah, you don't shit where you eat anyway. That'd be a terrible idea. You know a guy who got a girl pregnant from work? Where were they working? Waffle House? Alright, let me close out of this, I guess. I need to add that starting soon scene back. I'm assuming I'm probably gonna have to make an account for this, so just bear with me. Just put y'all in there. Something on screen. When Griffin's 35, he'll be ready to date? Maybe. Maybe not. Let's see. Oh my god, I'm so sick of every fucking game giving me a seizure. Bro, I am not a fucking retard. Yeah, make it count. Or do you have to? Year. Oh, I can just put 2000. Oh wait, I don't know. 2001 slash month. Okay. 2001 slash 09 slash 11. And it just crashed. Lovely. Right when I hit enter on the birthday. Yeah, it's some slop ass fucking game, bro. It says press any key to start. I did.
Power is a fickle thing. It is fleeting.
Why is it not? Is that it? There we go.
That is King Robert, first of his name, wrenched it away from his predecessor and brought prosperity to the realm. Yet, how fragile is the peace that is built upon war? With Robert's death, 5 would-be kings rose up to pry the crown from his still warm hands. When kings squabble, it's the realm that bleeds. Its people neglected and left to fend for themselves. Few know this better than the forgotten brothers of the Nightwatch, sworn to defend the great wall of ice that stretches across the north.
Apparently you have to pay for inventory space in this game.
Inhabited by savage, wildling tribes.
Alright, I don't really
see
need
Westeros
a plot
burn.
synopsis of Game of Thrones. Much better. Should we play as the woman? Yeah. Well, I guess you can play as a woman on other classes too. Let's see. Ew. I mean, that's not terrible, but the other one's better. Oh, I guess you can edit it. So that's an assassin. I guess we'll do that. And then gross. There we go, female Geralt. I don't know why you can't rotate the character. You have to use the mouse. Is this fun? Probably not. Why is it so hard for devs to just make a fucking normal slider? Or like, just, oh yeah, here's some colors, pick one. Whatever.
I'm here to put an end to this.
I'm here to put an end to this. Things are worse than you feared.
Things are worse than you feared.
Things are worse than you feared.
guess. I don't know. Not happy with the hair color. No, I'm not making her black. Alright. Let's see. If I have to make an account. Yeah, I have to make an account. It's what I figured.
Who's there?
Your bastard, father.
Come in.
I ain't no bastard.
Father.
I'm fine, child. Mary cares for me well, just as she did for you when you were a babe.
She jerks me off
Ride to
nightly.
Winterfell. Bring their maester here.
No. No. Even 100 maesters cannot stop what is happening to me.
What?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck
I
out.
didn't call you home.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Silent.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Your uncle might have sent word.
Let's see. Raging Boar with the
fear
5 get the memberships. Really appreciate it.
Something
It's
is
very very
terribly
nice.
wrong.
Thanks so much.
Ride to Castle Black.
Jesus with the
at
2
once.
people calling
Learn
Marathon
what you can.
Art Raiders. Oh, because the
And
other
return
yeah.
to me safely.
Yeah, people keep saying like the game's gonna get canceled. It's like, no, Sony can't advertise it because of the copyright issues, so they can't do any further marketing. So there's no guarantee it's gonna get delayed or canceled.
Watch your footwork. Yes, that's more like it. Come. Again.
Thank you.
Uncle.
Come to your senses and crawl back north, did you? You've grown.
As have you.
So, have you? Come back?
For now. Father sent me here. He hasn't heard from you in weeks.
Couldn't spare the Raven. It's been outright chaos up here.
There's been no word from Lord Commander Mormont either.
You'd rather live in King's Landing, it's warm.
Lord
Yeah.
Commander is dead. Murdered in a mutiny.
I hate the cold.
And we've got 100,000 angry wildlings marching on us from the north. But there is someone worth talking to. John.
John?
Jon Snow. Ned Stark's bastard. We need him here when the
Dude,
wildlings
Jon
attack.
Snow!
He spent time with them. He knows their ways. But
My
we haven't
heckin'
heard from
favorite
him since he went
character,
looking for lost
dude.
Rangers.
To the gate! It's one of the missing rangers! I can't afford this shit!
Oh my. Okay, at least you can sprint.
What happened out there? Where are the others? Hold him still, damn it! I'm trying! Hurry up! Brace yourself.
Oh!
Step aside. Give him some space.
Tim Marco, the
Hit him
279 Bungie
Freeze to
layoffs
death out here.
incoming because of that blunder. Yeah, I mean, they've been working on this for 5+ years, and it's like 1 game mode and 3 maps. It's like, how does that even happen? Like, a typical Destiny season has more content than that shit.
I'm riding out. Wait here until I return.
I'm coming with you.
Forget it. You're not a member of the Watch.
Oh, do they have the
Uncle,
black
I
dual
can
sense?
look after
Oh,
myself.
they do. Shit. That's tempting.
Ready
The
yourself.
black dual sense
It's
edge
dangerous out
for
there.
$170. You don't
This is my
deserve
kid.
it. I
You're coming
know.
with.
Brave one, aren't you? Or just stupid?
A little of both.
I know I don't deserve it. I deserve this X-Slop controller.
Where are we going?
The Rangers John went looking for were on patrol somewhere to the east. Best we start there.
Wouldn't it be quicker to cut through the trees?
I don't intend to spend a minute longer.
No,
in
we
there
aren't
than I have to.
Vietnamese.
You sound afraid, Uncle.
You should be too.
This is already boring. Yeah, it's just literally a movie. It's like the worst aspect of Game of Thrones, which is the fucking Night Watch arc.
You think it's John?
Nah, he didn't plan to stay out here.
Things never go as planned in this damn forest. We're going on foot. Could be wildlings. By the gods.
Should have put it in the swastika.
Who would do this? Wildlings?
No. This was the work of no man.
Don't you start with that.
We're heading back to the wall.
What about John? His rangers?
If they're alive, they'll have to hold their own. We must alert the Watch.
No. We said we would find them. We can't just leave them to their fate.
Selden, get to the horses. Tell Thorne what we've seen. Bring aid. We check the camp for clues. That is all. I've seen battles, then ripped to shreds, but this was no raid. Wildlings take what they need.
There's 2 or 3 rangers here. Rest are wildlings. Torn apart by shards of ice. Never seen anything like it. There's got to be something here.
I've seen battles, then ripped to
Oh my. This is exhilarating, man.
What happened here? Where's the rest of your party?
So many. All dead. Blue eyes.
You're in bad shape. We need to get you out of here. Why don't you stay dead?
You all right? Aaron?
Stop! Let's go! Watch it! We're not done yet!
Those creatures. What were they?
Whites. The dead brought to life. That can't be good. Quick, to the horses.
Yeah, we gotta get away from those pesky whites, man. Always destroying civilizations, stealing, killing.
It's nothing. Come on your feet. Shit. John.
Uncle. Up there.
Oh my god.
On your horses, now. Good. Let's move. far behind us.
It's good to see you, John. We're in your debt.
What are you two doing this far north of the wall?
We came to get you. We need you back at Castle Black.
Well, did you send them back to the wall?
The Rangers are dead, John.
Then their blood is on my hands.
It's not your fault. You couldn't know.
Perhaps. This path ends in the river. The wall's just beyond. The giants! Leave the horses!
That's it! Keep at it!
Why couldn't I move?
Watch that swing! Come on, piece of shit!
Remember your vows! Stand your ground!
Oh my god, bro, these hitboxes are fucking shit.
Out of the way!
Bring it down! Aim for the knee!
Watch that swing!
Keep going! We're wearing it down! We have to keep moving.
Jesus, man. My controller's about to vibrate out of my hands.
Come, there's a pass around the mountain.
Stay close to John! Stop for nothing! Run!
Quick! Through here!
Get up! Keep going!
We're surrounded.
This way!
Dude, this is so intense.
look back! Keep moving!
Here! To the right!
It's a dead end! We're gonna jump!
Uncle, are you hurt?
No time for that now.
Come. We've overstayed our welcome as is.
Ah, thank the gods. I was too damn close.
Not much further now.
Oh, never thought I'd be glad to see that damn wall.
No. No, there we go. I was too early. The eco-terrorist, man. The fact that they made the White Walkers literal eco-terrorists has got to be the gayest shit probably in Game of Thrones, other than the Arya Stark and fucking Cripple Kid. Yeah, the Xbox tax is the price of incompetency.
It almost feels peaceful from up here, doesn't it? I know how it feels.
I'm not sure you do.
My uncle led a ranging years ago. Never came back. I'm sorry about Kenneth. He was a good ranger. An even better man. It's my fault. I should have...
To hell with your apologies. We need to get him back and kill the thing that did this.
Here, a man gets what he earns. When he earns it. We rush out now, we'll only get ourselves killed. I'm sure you have questions. I'll do my best to answer them.
The wall. How did it come to be?
Donald J. Trump.
Legend has it that Brandon Stark, founder of House Stark, built it with the help of giants and the children of the forest to defend the realms to the south from whatever's lurking in the lands of always winter. Never thought I'd see those monsters with my own eyes.
What do you know about the White Walkers?
The servants used to speak of them when I was a child. Demons made of snow and ice, commanding the dead to harry the living. They care for nothing but death and cold.
Can the White Walkers be killed?
I don't know. A brother here, Sam,
That Last of
swears
Us
he killed
complete
one
collection
once, so there
sold
must be
out,
a
so
way.
it's probably worth more than $100 now.
You've seen the White Walkers yourself. You know what they can do. They have to be stopped. We could use your help.
I'm nothing but a northern bastard from a powerless house. Nothing I can do against an army of the dead.
Don't underestimate northern bastards. Castle Black is the only thing standing between the White Walkers and the Seven Kingdoms. House Tyre must send aid.
House Tyre can't even support itself, let alone the wall.
Sir Marok is a good man. He fought at the Battle of the Bells alongside my father. He'll find a way.
Sir Merrick is dying. I'm all there is.
Then you'll have to do. Someone must gather the support of the great houses.
John, I will see it done. But what do I tell my father?
Tell him that, like it or not, winter is coming.
And now I'm coming in your daughter.
You lost your horse beyond the wall, didn't you? Go speak to the stable keeper. I must speak with the council.
I need a horse.
You're that half-wit bastard what rode out beyond the wall. A horse ain't easy to come by. We need as many as we can get our hands on. Unless you're willing to ride into battle when Mouse Raid and his wildlings come for us, piss off.
You'll have to forgive my brother. He means well, really. I saw you ride out with Kenneth. I don't mean to pry.
I can't afford this shit!
Your uncle, he was a good man. Always kind to me. Especially when a lot of others weren't. I'm sorry.
Chaka Chaka game with the 5. Your
Thank
character looks a bit like Elena
by the way.
Pierce. Be careful, she might get a situational disability. That's right, dude.
Still at it,
Put a
are
baby
they?
in that bitch. She's such a
these council
fake
meetings
and
can drag
tourist
on
to
a bit.
gaming.
Not the first time John has been reprimanded.
Yeah, I mean, she's
so
just the typical, you know,
probably
lib
won't
to
be the
games
last either.
journo pipeline. You know, maybe she actually does like games, but, you know, the social, you know, responsibility of furthering leftist causes is more
John,
important to her.
What did they say? Did they ask you to leave?
My watch ends when I die, not before.
Did you tell them about the White Walkers?
Aye, but they were unconvinced. They're more worried about Mance Raider's attack. Still, that's my problem to solve. You'd best be off. You have a long journey ahead of you.
Aye. Good luck to you, John. Father charged me to ride to Castle Black to gather news. The watch had been too quiet for his liking. I now see why. I rode beyond the wall and saw firsthand what they're facing. Wildlings. And worse. White Walkers. Creatures we'd thought a myth. Jon Snow's right. The Seven Kingdoms must send aid. My father must
The
send
Seven
aid. If he
Kingdoms.
still has the strength left in him, that is.
Where are the Black Walkers? They're in King's Landing in the urban setting.
Oi! You there! Turn back!
What's the problem?
Road's closed. Thorn's orders. Got reports of wildlings between here and Molestown.
Yeah, it's a
Too easy
free-to-play
to get
game.
ambushed in this blizzard.
My hold's just beyond here. Clear the way.
No exceptions. You can stay at Castle Black till it dies down. And lighten up, eh? Wildlings don't know their pricks from their fingers. Don't have the brains to push further south. Your hold's safe.
I can't wait for the blizzard to end. There's another path through the hills. It'll be a long walk.
Oi! Up here!
Quick now! Don't know how much more blood the man's got to lose. Lucky bastard, aren't you?
Gavin.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
You know him? Found him bleeding in the snow. Queen's Crown way. Place is crawling with wildlings.
Bill Herb with the 10. Man, I can't take some of these people seriously. They're mad that the Switch 2 needs an updated launch. I don't know, it feels like something phone's been doing forever now. Yeah, Xboxes literally need an updated launch. Like, you have to download the fucking Xbox app in order to start the console. So, yeah.
Hey?
His daughter. We grew up together.
Shocking.
The Wildlings took her?
I jumped a cart passing through town. I tried to stop him, but like, well, I'd freeze to death till this one found me.
I'll get her out.
You know, the rage bait crowd is going to find anything they can to milk the Nintendo Switch prior to launch so they can finish paying off their pre-order.
You take this. It's no good with him.
And Shaka Gaming with the 5. Fratanga said Latina's voice was annoying.
First whites, now wildlings.
When he sounds like a Muppet on heel. Yeah, he does.
For a reason.
It's so rich of him. Yeah, I mean, the dude's literally the definition of don't throw stones in your glass house. But, you know. Basically, it's just
a very low IQ person.
And probably the best definition of
They're not sending their best. Damn it.
A wildling. They're tracking Gavin.
I know you're here somewhere.
He won't be alone. Best keep quiet.
Damned fool! How'd you lose a bleeding man in the snow?
Shut it. Cut his leg clean in half. Can't have gone far if he ain't dead already.
Aye, but we're not going back till we're sure. The crows could find him for all we know.
There's 2 of them. If I can get close. This isn't just a raiding party. Conan's rest could be next. No time to waste.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Gavin was right. They've overrun the village. Even one of them makes it back to Mance with word on the watch, and the wall's doomed.
Should be back by now. Maybe the crow's gone. Wouldn't be the first time. Aye. We can't sit here like...
What the fuck happened? The quality, man.
Bits and pieces. Looted, no doubt. Sad hole for a raid. His fingers are all broken. They wanted him to talk.
Oh my god.
An old man. The Then must have thought he'd been around long enough to know about the watch.
Oh. What a waste.
Poor thing's blood's frozen her in place. It's not luck, at least.
back for your cart, did you? What? You're not that cow's escort, but I'll gut you just the same.
Let's see what you look like in the inside.
What the fuck just happened? Oh my god.
Finish it then, Kneeler. Be quick.
Yo,
about
Kneeler.
The peddler.
Blessed be
Black.
St. Floyd.
Where is she?
The girl, she talks too much when she's not crying for home.
Chagashaki aiming with
Running's
the
rest.
10? When do you think my 600-pound life is coming to knock down Richard's door to get him out of his house? And do you think he inhales his food like Herbie?
Where is she?
Well, Rich has been on record saying multiple times that he eats an entire pizza in one sitting, so it's entirely possible. You never know.
Much for patience.
But yeah, honestly, I'm surprised nobody thought to do like, well, I guess Keem kind of did, the My 600-Pound Life YouTube edition with all the fat YouTubers. But I guess that's basically LolCal Live.
Locke won't last long with this lot. I need to find her.
Last time I ate a whole pizza in one sitting, I was shitting. Like, yeah, I can imagine. Shit's greasy.
Shit. Got ourselves a wildling killer here, boys. Now enjoy this.
What did I do for Memorial Day? Absolutely nothing.
This one's mine.
Walked my dog, went to the gym, slept, streamed.
Scream for me, Clark.
I played with women tougher than you.
What have you done to Locke?
Girl? I've already had my dinner. Or maybe I haven't. Maybe I want you to watch. Crows will need an army to push us back north. Get 10 crows for what? If I had proper steel, you'd be dead. Let's go see the girl, eh? Must be scared up there all alone. Wonder how loud she'll scream. Think you'll hear her down here?
are you?
Master.
It's about to start. It is nice. Welcome to share.
Enough talk.
I'll make her bushy tight first.
Log, are you hurt?
No, I'm fine.
You don't have to be.
I said I'm fine.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, you're fine.
Gotten dog.
Now take your top
You
off.
haven't.
My father, did he?
He's safe. Let's get you home. Can you move?
My legs work, but I'm shaking like a reed.
Aye, that's normal. Come on, let's go. The wildlings said you told them about Renan's rest?
I'm sorry.
There's no shame in that. Anyone else would have done this.
You've been gone a long time. What brought you back?
My father. He sent me a letter, bid me to ride to Castle Black.
And what did you find there?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
How's father? Is he alright?
He's at Castle Black. Wounded, but he'll recover.
Stupid, brave man.
We could use more of them.
It's seen better days. As has your father. The place seems to wither with him.
It can be rebuilt.
I hope you're right. I thank you for coming back for me.
Bought an Atari Jaguar for $250 and Alien vs Predators complete for $125. Nice, man. It's not too bad.
This place. I can't get used to it looking like this. Fields untended. Buildings sagging. Father's illness has taken more than just his health. Father, things are worse than you feared. Lord Commander Mormont is dead, killed in a mutiny. An army of wildlings, led by a man called Mance Raider, is marching on the wall. The Night's Watch is a shadow of what they once were. Castle Black will not hold them off long. What's worse? The White Walkers. They're real.
You're certain?
I saw one with my own eyes. It killed Uncle Kenneth.
Those pesky whites.
Winter is coming. The Lord of House Tyre must provide aid. The parchment. Take it.
Father, please. There's still time.
The pain is growing worse. My time has come. Your brothers are dead. This house survives on your grace. You have
And my
always
noble
carried yourself
womb.
as a true child of mine. I do not take this decision lightly. I ask no more of you than you deserve.
No one will recognize my claim without the king's approval.
I know. That is why that writ must reach King's Landing intact. With the Bolton seal on it.
I won't fail you, Father.
Rally support throughout the Seven Kingdoms.
That's the game nostalgia with the
Either
5
subscribe,
memberships.
donate,
Really appreciate
or
it,
get
man.
the fuck out.
And the
It's
realm
very kind of you,
either
sir.
subscribe, donate,
may
or get the
follow
fuck
in
out.
my footsteps.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the
Let
fuck
them
out.
hear what you have seen.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Aid.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
May the gods watch over you. I'm no lord now. Not like this. Mary has kept this place together in my stead. It's time you paid her a visit.
Rest. We'll see to the keep.
I know you will.
Retrieve the drip.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Don't argue. There's broth in the kitchens. You need rest.
No, I need work.
Chaka
There's
Shaka
nothing for
Gaming
you
with the
to
2
do.
for Tanger reminds
the
me of
snow.
Tally.
There's nothing
Yeah,
for her to do.
that's actually pretty accurate.
Please.
Just a stoner loser
see to
who
what your father's
is
got
like an
back as
actual
soon as
tard.
possible.
Yeah, that's
I
about
need
right.
him here. Then
That's a
do
pretty
as Mary
good
says.
comparison there.
You need rest.
Thank you.
Mary, I don't have long. Father would have me ride south. What is the state of the keep?
It's grim.
The
I won't lie to
RGB
you.
SNES
The
multi-L
place has been
connector for
crumbling
50.
for years.
Damn.
We need food, repairs. Lark was carrying the supplies we needed. You only just got home. Sir Merrick.
Sir Merrick will need you to care for him while I'm gone. We have bigger problems. I need to speak with the other houses. Wildlings are setting fire to the gift. Any further south, and they'll be on our doorstep. With father too sick to fight, he tasked me to protect his lands, as his heir. But it'll take more than a name to keep Brennan's Rest safe. Wildling raids will be the least of its troubles when the White Walkers cross the wall. The Watch needs more than Brennan's Rest can give. It needs the North.
Build the wall, exactly.
Going out there.
It's the wildlings. They can see through the eyes of animals.
What are you two on about?
My lord, there's a white raven perched near the road to the keep. This lackwit got scared, swears it's a wildling scout.
And this genius thinks it's a gift from the old gods. Wants to boil it down and feed it to your father, my lord.
It's some Game of Thrones mobile game or some shit. I don't fucking know.
Please, don't do this.
This is what happens to those who plot against House Bolton.
Why do you all lot let the ball...
Yeah, CD Projekt Red is like literally the best video game developer of all time, dude.
Our former ward, what are you doing this far from your home? I had no word that you returned to the north.
My lady, the men of the Night's Watch need your aid.
They always need aid, child. What can I do for you?
I return from Castle Black with grave news. An army of wildlings marches on the wall, driven from their homes by something much worse. The dead rise beyond the wall, I've seen it with my own eyes. Steel cannot kill them. We can only hope to slow them down. Please, you must send north anything you can spare. Men, weapons, anything to help the Watch deal with this army of the dead.
Yeah, bitch. Yeah, but at least I deleted your comment, PK. So there you go. It's not a total
story,
loss.
my dear friend. You will remember House Umber marched south with King Rob's forces. We lost some 2,000 men in the campaign. And when the Red Wedding happened...
Oh god, just looked it up.
Last
It's
Heart is
fucking
in
net
no
marble,
position
so
to lose more
microtransaction gotcha slop. I haven't hit anything related to that yet, but I'm sure it's
we
gonna
have not
happen. I mean, this is a
forgotten the
free-to-play
times your
game, so I'm
family
actually
and
kind
the
of
Night's
surprised I
Watch
have
have
not
stood
hit
with us.
anything yet.
House Umber will not shirk its duty
Did I
to the
really?
realm.
Yeah, the one I replied to.
There are some
The
fresh
other one you
blades
were
and
talking about, I don't
hauberks
know.
from
I
the
didn't see another
forges.
comment.
You may take them to the wall.
So, my guess is
Thank you,
YouTube
my lady.
filtered it.
I would stay a while longer, but I must ride on. I must speak to Lord Bolton about presenting my father's writ of legitimization to the king.
It shan't hurt to ask him about support for the wall either. I'd sooner hang Roose Bolton than ask him for help, but he is the Warden of the North. He has a duty to protect it.
Okay. Yeah, I saw a battle pass somewhere. There it is. You can get your battle pass, dude. You deleted my comment saying that's what you get for being a scalper? I didn't see that one. I have no idea why YouTube would filter it. Yeah, it could have been that. It picked up a negative tone. So, that's true.
I'm here to collect the weapons Lady Umber pledged to the Watch.
About that. They's gone.
They's gone.
Gone.
Gone. Someone in a black cloak said he was here for the Night's Watch. Just wanted weapons and such. Clean the whole place out.
Why is he fat? Because he eats. I don't know.
Can't tell a crow from a rat.
What? Shut up!
Maybe he has a thyroid problem.
Night's Watch.
Could have been the Black of the Dundarians for all you know, idiot.
Could not? Why'd Lord Barrett come all the way up here? Besides, everything looks black in the dark.
Do you know where he went?
Said he was going to the wall. But he went south instead of north.
Any holdfast to the south is under Bolton control.
But the Boltons just moved into Winterfell. Dunno what they'd want with our weapons.
It ain't the Boltons, you lackwit. Why'd they pretend to be crows? Look, if they're heading further south, they'd have to go through Long Lake. We got eyes all over the last river, and they'd wear out their knees pulling that old sled they took that far south. My gut tells me they'll have a ship waiting.
You two inform the lady and meet me at the lake. I'll track down the thieves.
Uh-oh. Floating gear, whatever the fuck. I mean, this isn't terrible, but, you know, the thing that'll really determine if it's complete shit or not is how bad the monetization gets. I mean, it definitely is jank and shit, but, you know, it's not, like, bad, I guess. I don't know. If you're, like, a Game of Thrones nerd, then I guess you'd probably really like it.
One of their... There's barely any snow on it. They can't have gotten far. Looks like that guard was right.
Seven hells! Where'd they come from? Warm up! Pop them!
Pay for that! That's it! Finish the job and there'll be gold in it for you! You pay for that, you bastard!
Keep them away from the wagon!
Long Lake isn't far now.
Apparently this is not a phone game. It's only on Windows and GeForce Now, so I think you can stream it to your phone, but I don't think you can actually play it on the phone.
Hey! What do you think you're doing?
You can't deceive me.
do this.
The sled tracks continue towards the lake, but some of them broke off toward that hut.
Yeah, I looked it up. It didn't say it's on the phone. Here, let me see. Yeah, it says available on Windows and GeForce Now. Let's see. Kings Road, mobile. Oh, now it's popping up. Okay. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, Google, when I like expanded the platforms, only had it listed for PC and GeForce, but yeah, see it now.
In the name of Lord Roos of the House Bolton, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, I sentence you to death. You again, Ryder. Following me, are you?
Another traitor, is it?
Aye. North's full of traitors, just got to look hard enough. Got an issue with that, do you?
Aye, I do. The North's got no place for the likes of you.
Hoped you'd say that. About time your head found its place on a spike.
Put up your fingers and feed them to ya! Ready for them, you bastard!
Alright. Nah, this isn't a Souls clone.
Who are you?
This is definitely not
I'm
a Souls
Tyre.
clone.
I'm here for the weapons you stole.
Tyre?
This is similar to pretty much every Korean
matter.
action
Hand
RPG
over the
combat.
weapons. The real Night's Watch needs them. The dead march beyond the wall, and before them is an army of over 100,000 wildling warriors. You must have seen them too.
Do I
Some
know
have
who
already
keeps
scaled the
timing
wall
you
and are setting
out?
fire to the gift.
No. How would I know?
I think you need to keep from the aisle. Not about no
Who even
army
are
that's
you,
coming
bro?
From the wall.
And I ain't never heard of no walking corpses, neither.
I know.
Yeah, I
what
mean, I
saw.
could get the appeal of
Whatever your
this
cause is, the
personally,
Watch
but
use these weapons more than
again,
you.
it just depends on how obnoxious the pay, like, mechanics become. Because I'm sure it's gonna get like mad fucking grindy.
Love to help. But the people of the North need 'em more. Night's Watch got a comfy castle to hide in and plenty of steel. People of the North got none of that. Damn war took everything from them. Homes, cattle, husbands, sons. Least they deserve a weapon to defend themselves
Yeah,
with.
overall, I like the Dark Ages. I just feel like it was kind of disappointing in a lot of ways. It was kind of disappointing in a lot of ways.
No, those weapons were pledged to the Watch.
Gods, we gotta lug all this back.
I'm just surprised you remembered the way to Long Lake.
Shut up! Or I drown you in it.
Both of you shut your mouth and put your backs into it, you blubbering fools. So, you found your weapons, did you?
All accounted for. I should continue to Winterfell.
Yeah, well, the Koreans consider endgame status to be a flex because none of them socialize like the Japanese. So, yeah, if you have, like, expensive gear or, you know, a lot of paid shit in a video game, it's like a in-real-life flex. It's like the Chinese on that WeChat app. You know, they'll spend thousands of dollars on microtransactions to dress up their, you know, chat avatars, and they use it as like a dating app. So the more expensive the shit you have on your WeChat avatar, the better of a dating prospect you are because you have more money. So yeah, it's similar.
The North does that to a man.
They love that shit over in Asia, man.
Except perhaps
The more expensive the microtransactions, almost the better.
I wish you luck on your mission. Won't be easy convincing Lord Bolton to pledge support for the war. Man like that's more likely to skin you than
I
listen
came
to you.
across this
The
knowledge
further south
how?
you go,
Have you
the
never
less
heard of
anyone will
WeChat?
care. You'll speak of honor.
WeChat is like the biggest app in the
Those
entire
words mean
world.
little when the threats are whirled away.
So it's like literally the app in China. You do everything through it. It has its built-in Uber, you know, movie streaming, games, texting, calling, video chat, airlines, internet search, you know, payment processing, your PayPal, bank account, everything. Like, WeChat is like the singular app that the Chinese use for basically everything.
That's Winterfell down there. Watch the roads. Gods alone
That's
know who's
Tencent's
the
biggest
iron eyes on their
moneymaker.
purse. You wouldn't be the first stranger gone missing these days.
Last Hearth wasn't ready to believe the news from beyond the wall, even coming from their former ward. They've got their own problems to deal with. Bolton rule hasn't been kind to the north. Bandits and thieves lurk around every corner, even taking steel promised to the Watch from under the Umber's noses. The small folk are growing tired of their new warden. I'd support them myself if I didn't know he was the wall's best hope for aid.
Yeah, and also it makes it easier for the Chinese to enforce the social credit system, because if you're using one app for everything and Tencent is connected to the CCP, all they have to do is just go into your app, you know, privileges and turn off certain features. So they can just go into the app and then turn off all the shit they don't want you doing. Wonder how you get that. Okay, there we go. Nah, considering this is a mobile game, it's actually pretty good.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Help! Help! The bandits are back! Everyone, get inside!
That's all you got. You take me for a fool.
Please, this is all we have. Have mercy!
Your mercy.
Shoot him! He's black! Shoot him! Racism!
Daughters to the nearest brothel.
Not today, outlaw.
Sounds like you're confused about how this goes. I'll show you.
Thank you, traveler. There's not much I can give you, but...
Is this the way to Winterfell?
Just down the road, up the hill. You can't miss it. Tell me if there's more you wish to discuss.
You know my father.
Aye. Fought beside him at the Ruby Ford. Beast. Name's Donnell. Your father's a good man, loyal. The North needs his like now more than ever. Straight to the point. Just like
Yeah, I mean, if
father.
you're a Game of
Good.
Thrones fan,
someone I
then
can
you'd probably
trust.
really like this, honestly. I
Boltons
don't
are
know,
a
like, it's
plague,
not that bad.
And they have eyes everywhere. I have a friend in Winterfell who's been gathering information. He's got a man waiting
But
at the
again, I don't
ruins
know
by
how
the
bad
north
the
gates.
grind is going to get, because I can already feel my damage going down
Retrieve his
already.
message and bring it
So,
back to me.
it might get bad soon. Who knows? Oh, shit.
Merrick's progeny.
You know my father.
I name... Straight to the point. The Bolton. He's got a...
A ruin near the north gates, right under the Bolton's noses.
I'm gonna become a pay pig? I don't think so. I've never really wailed out on any multiplayer, like, or I guess not multiplayer, but mobile games. I don't really spend a ton of money on this type of stuff. I actually haven't bought anything in Ever Crisis, so I haven't really even played it.
Somebody please! Wolves! Thank you. Thought for sure I was dead. Never been attacked in these woods before. Something's got them riled up.
Oh, these definitely make way more money than single player stuff. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, man. People love these mobile games. There we go, jeez.
Damn it. Donnell's man. Dead. Looks like he didn't go eat. Fingernails are missing. He was tortured. No message on him either.
See, told you someone would show up if we waited.
Drop the weapon. Question for you.
Investigate the corpse.
Bolton sigils. Figures. Here's Donnell's letter. This is bigger than one man's plans. No time to leave. If this squid's exposed, the Boltons would have cause to tighten their grip even more.
Probably because we were talking about Doom the Dark Ages earlier, so it probably just auto-detected
Squid.
it.
Must be a by name. I'm looking for Squid.
Eh? What's a Northman want with squid? I've never seen a squid in my life.
Aye, and if you mean the iron kind, you can piss off right now. Bloody squids from the Iron Islands had the old castle in their slimy hands not long ago. To Lord Ramsay flayed most of them, that is. Good on him, I say.
I'm looking for Squid.
You'll be wanting the kitchens if it's fish you're after. Or do you mean the Marshal? Folks call him Squid behind his back, because he let some of them Ironborn go after Ramsay had his way with them. Told him that had come back to haunt him. He'll be at his desk. Lots of petitioners these days.
Name, business?
Donnell sent me. Your man lost his head.
Not here. Follow me. Has Donald gone mad? Sending you here could get us both strung up.
You tell me. He sent me here to fetch your letter. Your man's dead. Tortured. The Boltons send their regards.
Apparently the company is still alive, but I don't think he's involved with the Amico anymore.
Alright, here it is.
They still advertise that you can pre-order it, and they're selling the games on Steam, so...
Trust me, I have the authority to make it stick. Be smart, and we can both walk away from this.
I don't take kindly to threats.
And I don't like making them. But tough times call for tough actions. The Boltons are a scourge. We both know that. There's evidence I need gone, and the captain of the guard, Dale, need him gone too. Bastard's leaving the documents I need at his station out in the open. There's bait for me, no doubt.
Not one for tidying by the looks of it. The Marshal's documents are here somewhere. The Marshal was up to something. Let's see what. Marshall's weapon was used to kill someone close to finding out his secret. No coincidence, I'm sure. Let's find the murder weapon.
Oh shit, I didn't read the actual thing.
Well, if
Let's see what it is. The dagger. Okay.
The Marshal's dagger. Now to remove Dale's note from the record. That leaves Dale's report to Lord Bolton. Has to be around here somewhere. Safe place to keep something important, but it needs a key. The guard captain's report. Now Roos will be none the wiser.
Depends on what it is. I don't mind reading, but like in a game like this, I don't really feel like it should be necessary.
Where did it go?
Well enough to clean up your mess. Killed a man to cover your tracks. And now it's Dale's turn?
Aye. I'm looking for your help, not your approval. Hand me the evidence. Let's see. This is your evidence. That Lord Father of yours taught you to read, didn't he? Let's see. This is your evidence. That Lord Father of yours taught you to read, didn't he? Let's see. Oh, good thing we got this back. The bastard got careless. I damn well told him to burn it. Let's see. Gods. The damned fool dropped the knife after the deed. No wonder Dale started waving his prick around. Tell me you got the knife too.
I did.
Good. We'll turn the tables on him. Plant what we have in Dale's tent. He's set up in the courtyard over there. Once you're done, I'll arrest him for treason. What Roos does to him after that? Well, that's another matter.
Aye. But after this, we're done. Need to get this into Dale's tent without him knowing. That'll do. Best not linger. Any closer and he'll hear me breathe. Better hide before they spot me.
Huh?
Need to get this into Dale's tent without him knowing. Any closer and he'll hear me breathe.
Bro, what the fuck?
That'll do. Best not linger. Better hide before they spot me.
Oh, come on,
Need to get this into Dale's tent without him knowing. Best not get too close. That'll do. Best not linger. Best not get too close. Better hide before they spot me.
Captain Dale, by the authority of Lord Roose Bolton, Warden of the North, you are under arrest for the murder of one of his men.
What? Bullshit! Put your cock away, Marshal.
You've gone far enough trying to hide it. Easy for the captain of the guard to steal evidence, eh? Search his tent.
In his pants.
Aye, it's the missing inquest. And a bloody knife.
Arrest him. Lord Bolton will judge him himself.
You're full of shit, Marshal. Mark my words, this isn't over.
Marshal played his part well. This better be the end of it.
Oi! And where do you think you're going?
I'm here to speak to Lord Bolton, business of the watch.
Lord Bolton ain't interested in a war. Piss off back where you came from.
It's for your own good. He don't take kindly to conmen. You
What
know
about
how many
con
sods
women,
have come round
dude?
Here wanting to speak to Lord Bolton since we took over from the Starks?
You wouldn't be the first of them to get flayed and put up as a warning.
You there, stranger! Aldous wants to speak to you at the tavern.
Dude, it's other players. Oh my god.
Aldous. He's the big guy over there.
It's a mobile game, that's why. Oh, the swords are glitching out again.
Stranger doing in Winterfell?
I need an audience with Lord
Yep,
Bolton.
they're
There are
floating.
important matters to discuss.
Uh-oh.
Well, then it's good you came to me. There's a gang that's been robbing some homesteaders blind. Even taking their wives and kids. Lord Bolton don't got men to spare, but that's his taxpayers they're rounding up. Nick back some of their loot.
There it goes
Draw out
again.
Your audience by sundown.
Where are they?
Let's see. Scotty Man with the 5.
There's this
Ignore
kid,
the random highlighted parts.
Decent enough lad.
But this is absolutely
Finds this
evil.
gang on the
Alright, I'll
road
take a
and
look in
lost
a
his
second.
horse. Could have lost his life too. Now he works as a stable hand to Lord Bolton. He'll tell you where to find him.
Alright, let's see. Yeah, I've seen this before. Agenda 21. Yeah. One world government, one world cashless currency, one world central bank. I wonder who owns it. One world military, end all national sovereignty, end all privately owned property, the end of family unit, depopulation control, 500 million. Mandatory multiple vaccines. Uh-oh. Universal basic income, microchip society for purchasing, travel tracking, implementation of social credit system like China, trillions of appliances hooked into 5G monitoring system, Internet of Things, government raised children. We already have that. Government owned and controlled schools, already have that. End of private transportation, they're already trying to do that. All businesses owned by government and corporations, basically China. The restriction of non-essential air travel. Yeah, unless you have a private jet. Human beings concentrated into human settlement zones. Yeah, the end of irrigation. Yeah, it wouldn't really be necessary. End of private farms and grazing livestock. End of single-family homes. That's already happening. Restricted land use that serves human need. And the ban of natural, non-synthetic drugs and naturopathic medicine, and an end to fossil fuels. I don't think that'll ever happen personally, but a select few will get to control them. But yeah. Yeah, most of this shit's already coming into play, so... That's just a far-right conspiracy theory. Yeah, exactly, dude. Just like triple masking doesn't work. You right winger, you.
Oh, don't think I've seen your face around here.
I'm here on business. Aldous said you know about some local gang.
The Dancing Fools. Seen the camp with my own eyes and live to tell.
Where is this camp of theirs?
I'll mark it on your map. Talk to me again if you need Winterfell too.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh shit. That's nice. I guess they have matchmaking. See if anybody's even playing it, though, is the question. Why does everything gotta look like Final Fantasy 16? Because it's another Unreal Engine, you know, fantasy game, basically. Uh-huh, cockatrice, yep. Yeah, ever since Final Fantasy VII Remake, they've built everything in Unreal Engine 4. Because prior to that, they had the, what was it, the Luminous engine for Final Fantasy 15, which was really hard to develop for and for Spoken. And Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I think 16 and Rebirth are all Unreal Engine 4. Yeah, well, this is a mobile game, so it's not going to look amazing. shit. Holy. Messed up that Final Fantasy 16 doesn't have a PS5 Pro update. I agree. Should have one. Especially with as many performance problems as it has. No, but it's another Korean game, so all these games kind of look the same. What is that one? Yeah, I think it is Crimson Desert. That's like the single-player Black Desert Online. But I don't think that's coming out anytime soon, right? I don't think that's coming out anytime soon. Alright, well, how long have I been playing this? A little over 2 hours, so that's probably good. That's probably good. Seems like I'm at like the next big journey portion anyway, so. Yeah, no, I haven't gotten a paywall thing yet, so. Oh no, like for what it is, it's not terrible, honestly. It's not that bad. It's got 4,000 people on. I would imagine this is probably bigger on mobile, since there's not many games that are actually video games on mobile. Yeah, I don't know how it would actually look on phones. I would imagine it'd be pretty rough. I would imagine it would be pretty rough. Let me get a new fresh tab with no recommendations. There we go. Nice and clean. Let's see. A big leak. Uh-oh. Look at this shit, bro. What a cocksucker. Where's
Hey there, Gaber. Streepcast guy here.
Where's his thumb? Where? Yeah, $1,000. Now he's bragging about the price drop. He was declaring the PS5 Pro was going to be $1,000. Now he's celebrating $100 off. Shocking. Like the wind blows, his opinion changes.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here, and today we're talking about PlayStation because it seems like some.
Oh my God, is he actually showing his trophy count? Wowie zowie, dude. So he's not even really that much higher of a trophy level than me, like 100 levels. For a so-called trophy hunter, that's not really that good.
Sony is about to do a shadow drop sale.
I'm not a trophy hunter, and I'm like, what, 315, I think? So, not good.
Here in actually just a couple days, they're about to do the deepest discount on the PlayStation 5. They're doing the first sale on the PS5 Pro. They're even slashing costs of stuff like hundreds of games, PlayStation Plus. But the reason I'm talking about this is that it does seem like the hot topic of the industry right now is how everything is going up. Right now, Xbox Series X 2 terabyte edition is $720. A Nintendo Switch 2 is $500 at launcher. Even just controllers.
No, it's not. It's $450. Well,
and stuff are so dang expensive. So
they're really not, but
I think PlayStation is trying to do a power play. I think they're testing the waters to see, okay, will a discount significantly spike our sales? Can we just permanently scorched earth take over the industry if we have the cheap?
He really can't. Like, you know, he's making a video over a $50 price drop and then is lying about a $50 price difference on another product. So he's acting like a $50 price difference on the PS5 is a huge fucking deal. Like, oh, they're dropping the price by $50. But then he overstates the Switch 2 price by $50 as if it's not a big deal and you can just round up. So why is it a big deal for PlayStation to be dropping the price by $50 if you're just going to lie about the price of the Mario Kart fucking bundle as if it's like the actual price of the Switch 2. The Switch 2 is $450.
Assistant, but let's take a look at the deals and let me talk about why I hope, I'm not sure about this, but I hope these discounts become permanent. Let's talk. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Currently the AC is broken in my house, so if I look extra sweaty,
Jesus Christ. I'm surprised he actually has it turned on, bro.
Well, deal with it. Okay, so this came from Bill Coon. We've talked about this guy's leaks in the past. He essentially has an ability to look at website backends. He's some sort of hacker or coder or something. He has leaked stuff like controllers, peripherals. He's one of the first people to talk about stuff like the PlayStation 5 Pro even existing. And so he said, here's the days of play dates, an overview of upcoming discounts. And essentially, it comes down to the first big discounts, not just of 2025, but the first big discounts since the PlayStation 5 Pro came out. Now, let's face it, the PS5 Pro, the main criticism it got is
the PS5 Pro has only been out for like 6 months. Like, of course it's not going to have a price drop until now.
That it's too damn expensive. $700 for, let's face it, 10% better graphics.
Oh my God, here we go again.
That's a pretty steep jump.
You're not buying the PS5 Pro for better graphics, you fucking halfwit. You're buying it for the better frame rate.
But what's funny is that even after this leak, people are still very, very skeptical. A lot of people are like, okay, like with every single system getting more expensive, it's hard to believe a leak saying prices are going down because everything else, the price is going way, way, way up. Now, technically, there are other PlayStation deals that are even running right now. Like this is one, I am still actually blown away by this. I love Astrobot. I gave it a 10 out of 10. I platinumed that. Anybody who's played Astrobot, obviously it won Game of the Year for a reason. They're doing an Astrobot bundle right now where the digital edition is $400 with the game included. This is still an extremely good deal, but apparently...
Yeah, I'd rather have Astrobot than the Black Ops 6 code, personally.
These prices are trying to basically make it even cheaper than that. PS5 Pro is now going to be $50 off. The base model is going to be $100 off. The PlayStation 5 Plus, PS5 Plus, why am I phrasing it like that? PlayStation Plus, which obviously could be on PS4 or PS5, that's getting a 30% discount. Now, in the actual phrasing of it, it actually says that essentially it sounds like for the PlayStation Plus, it's renewals. So if you already have PlayStation Plus, they're going to have a thing where it says, hey, extend it by a year and it's 30% off. I actually do this all the time. PlayStation Plus is expensive. I get the premium tier or
It's not expensive. The premium tier costs what? $180 a month or a year? So, no, PlayStation Plus itself is not expensive. The fucking, premium tier, as the name would suggest, is not even that expensive compared to, like, I don't know, Goy Pass, for example. But still, it's not that expensive, bro.
Historically have gotten the premium tier, and what I always do is whenever there's a sale, that's when I re-up it. So I go from paying $200 a year down to like $160. But the other discount that I've seen a lot of people talk about is PSVR 2. I don't know why people are so dead set on PSVR 2. Everybody that has that says it's totally, totally worth it. Now this is actually, I think, the fourth discount. That thing was originally $600 for the VR headset. Then they took it down to $400 and then I think $300. So these discounts, it's all...
I'm still not buying that dog shit.
Almost making it worth it. But here's my thing. I want PlayStation to find a way to make these discounts permanent. Every other console generation, especially with PlayStation, it was very much celebrated in the community as their console got cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Like, it was $250 for a PlayStation 2 at launch. Then it went down to $200. Then it went down all the way down to $79. Like, over the course of years and years and years, right? I want to find a way for PlayStation to essentially make this as cheap as possible. Now, obviously the roadblock is the tariffs. This is the thing where everybody right now is raising costs because it's so expensive to bring stuff into the United States. Right now, they are just started doing pre-orders for an Expedition 33 reprint collector's edition. It's $110 in the rest of the world, and it's $170 to get it into the United States because you got to pay tariffs at multiple countries to get stuff into the United States now. So
that isn't, oh my god.
A lot of these, I've noticed a lot of these online retailers now are actually saying, okay, here is the country of origin for stuff like controllers and stuff, explaining why it's so expensive. But Sony...
No, this is why it's not expensive, you fucking tard. Cambodia has a 10% tariff. Vietnam, 10%. Japan, 10%. China is the only one right now that has above 10%.
Sony did something smart. A lot of companies did this as well, but Sony did do this. They're trying to dodge the tariffs for the time being, so they have filled up their warehouses. They've doubled supply chains and stockpiled millions and millions and millions of PlayStation 5s in the United States. Now, the rough numbers are that they sell about 1 million consoles a month in the United States. So here is my pitch, my hope, my dream for PlayStation 5. I think right now gaming is becoming prohibitively expensive.
No, it's not. Holy shit. No, you don't have a job. You have a fucking hobby that makes $100 a day if you're lucky. It is not prohibitively expensive if you're an actual working adult. You're not a working adult. You're a 40-year-old man-child making YouTube gaming videos for $100 a day, living with 4 fucking roommates, can't afford to run your AC, you don't own a car, and you spend all your money on fucking video games. It is not prohibitively expensive. You just refuse to exist in the real world.
Then I think we're getting to a point where it gets dangerous when normies understand it. Like, I think once the average consumer starts saying stuff like, the PlayStation Portable has no games, the Xbox has no games. When people...
The PlayStation Portal has no games? Hold on, what?
Understand it. Like, I think once the average consumer starts saying stuff like, the PlayStation Portable has no games, the
PlayStation Portable. I'm guessing he means the Portal. It's like, yeah, no shit, it's a controller. Okay. Wow, dude, my fucking Xbox Series X fucking Elite controller doesn't have any games. Okay. No way, dude. My controller doesn't play video games. You actually have to buy the games on the actual system itself. Wild.
Xbox has no games. When people start saying that, when normies start saying that, you know the messaging has gotten toxic. And right now, a lot of the industry is saying it's too expensive to get a new console.
It's cheaper now than it was 5 years ago. It's too expensive to buy a console. Yeah. Literally $500 5 years ago. It's $400 or $450 now. It's either the same price or cheaper. How the fuck is it too expensive to buy a console? Again, this guy doesn't fucking work. So he doesn't have an actual income that a normal human being would have.
Expensive to jump on board with the latest generation.
Yeah, $450 is so expensive, dude. Oh my god. I'm going to have to go into fucking just massive amounts of credit card debt in order to afford my one gaming console.
Sony would lose a lot of upfront money. I'm not going to act like this would be an instant W, but I think if they position themselves as the cheap place to play with the best graphics, with the best exclusives, with the most to play, even third-party stuff looks, of course, best when it comes to consoles on the PS5 Pro, I think Sony, if they were wise, if they were really willing to soak up an upfront significant loss...
No, the PS5 is $450 right now.
I hope that for all the millions of consoles that are currently in the United States, they keep the system as cheap as possible. Keep it at $350 or something like that. You would dominate the market. I 100% believe that if you...
They're already dominating the market at $5... This is what he doesn't understand, bro. The PS5 is already dominating the market at $500. Why would you lower the price to make as much... Like, okay, if you know you're going to sell 100 million units of something, and if you sell them for $500 or $350, it doesn't matter. You know, you're still going to sell the same number. What fucking person in their right mind would lower the price to $350 if they know for a fact, you know, just as many people are going to buy it at $350 as they would at $500? That is completely idiotic. No company would ever do that shit.
The price.
That's the type of shit Xbox should be doing, but instead they raised their prices, so they're just in full self-destruct mode.
Lower than the Nintendo Switch 2, you would starve them out. A lot of people are going into the holiday season.
No one is buying a PlayStation 5 instead of a Switch 2. I hate this argument. Nintendo and PlayStation are complementary products. You know? It's like nobody's buying a Switch 2 and saying, I'll never buy a PlayStation or a PC. It's like, no, I have a PlayStation or a PC. I'm going to buy a Switch 2 as well. Like, both of those platforms have almost no overlap, really. So, they're complementary devices. You want to have, you know, both, not either or.
going to just walk into the store shelves and go, oh, a $450 Nintendo Switch 2, a $350 PlayStation 5. Well, I know PlayStation 5's got Spider-Man. PlayStation 5's got Assassin's Creed. It's got Madden. It's got Call of Duty. It's got the normie games, right?
Okay, and that's not the market of people who are buying a Nintendo Switch anyway, because Nintendo never has those games. Madden is going to be on the Switch too, I think, this time around, so it is picking up some more normie games, but traditionally they've never had that stuff.
I want PlayStation to be the affordable place to play, but I'm also in a spot where it's not even PlayStation that's important. I am, in a way, thinking about the fact that it sucks how expensive everything's getting, because this is only going to trickle down. Less consoles means less game sales, which means less new ideas, which means less companies willing to experiment and do stuff cool, which means the entire industry gets starved out. Expensive consoles are cutting off the snake's head. I 100% believe that. If you do not have an easy entry point to the new generation, people are just going to find it.
They do! It's called the Xbox Series S, and nobody fucking wants it. The Xbox Series S has existed this entire 5-year generation, and it barely fucking sells. Nobody fucking cares about the... Like, this is such a stupid argument. Like, if this was literally the most important thing, you could buy a Series S for $130 back in 2023 on Black Friday. Those fuckers didn't even sell out at $130. So, it's like, this is such a stupid argument. If price was the only thing that mattered when it came to hardware sales, then the Series S would be the best-selling console of all fucking time. And it especially would be outselling the PS5. So it's even cheaper than the Switch. But, you know, we've seen what happened with that. It's done nothing. I mean, it's sold better than the Series X, but that's about it.
Different hobby. So, I am personally very, very, very happy about this sale. I just hope it lasts longer than, well, 2 weeks. But what do you...
Why would a sale that's advertised to last for 2 weeks last longer than 2 weeks? Dear Lord.
You guys think about it? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And please keep dreaming. 30-second funny story. So this weekend was my best friend's birthday. It was his birthday, and they wanted to have a surprise party. I'm good friends with his wife and his kids and stuff like that. So it was my job to distract him all day. I brought him over here, and my AC's broken, so we're just sitting here playing games, and it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter because it's Texas. It's 100 degrees outside. So we're sitting there playing PS5 and just sweating our asses off. I had to keep them distracted so they could set up the house, and
so I took my pants off,
make Jello shots and hang decorations and stuff. And at one point he's like, "Man, this sucks. We should just pack up the PS5. Let's go to my house." And I was so brain dead. I was just like, "Nah." And he's like, "Well, why? Why don't we just go to my house?" And I couldn't think of a good excuse. I'm just like, "Nah." Anyways, it was a good surprise party. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Hopefully you didn't sweat as much as I did. Thanks so much for watching that.
Wow. That was quite something, man. That was quite something. Truly a story of all time that will be remembered through the ages.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about the Nintendo Switch 2 because this thing just continues to be...
Uh-oh. YouTube machine broke.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about the Nintendo Switch 2 because this thing just continues to be an ever-growing dumpster fire. But today, Nintendo has just released a master list of the hundreds and hundreds of games that work on the Nintendo Switch 1 that do not work on the Nintendo Switch 2. And some of these are actually my...
This list has already existed. What is he talking about? They just released it? This has been announced since the console was revealed.
Blowing. YouTube does not work on the Nintendo Switch 2. Fortnite, Final Fantasy, there are so many games that just do.
Yeah, they're all going to be patched. Just like every game required that shit on the PS4 and PS5. The developers had to patch the games.
Do not work.
That's why there's certain games on PS4 that don't work on PS5, like Star Wars Battlefront, for example, does not work on PS5 because EA never patched it. Yeah, developers have to patch their games to work on the backwards compatibility. Ooh, amazing. Who would have guessed?
On the Switch 2, and it's starting to seem like this system is in fact rushed.
What are these games? Like, this is what I really want to know.
Exists for profit over passion. I mean, the fact that this thing does not have an OLED screen, it's the most expensive Nintendo console of all time. The fact that it still has Joy-Con...
Is it? I don't think it's the most expensive Nintendo console of all time. I don't think that's accurate.
Drift. The fact that it has a shorter battery life. Let's take a look at the Master.
Of course it has a shorter battery life, you fucking tard. It's more powerful. Oh my god.
Listed it because I have to admit that even though we are about 9 days from the launch, I don't think I've ever seen a Nintendo failure so obvious even before the bomb is hit. Let's talk.
I mean, this is like literally saying like, oh my god, bro, the PS5 has a bigger power draw than the PS4. Oh, it's like, yeah, no shit. Crazy. You know, the 5090 draws more power than a fucking 1080 Ti. No way! Oh my god! It's almost like it's more powerful, dude. It's just, this is so retarded, man. These people are fucking dipshits.
Hope you're having a great day. And
I mean, unless they want to carry around a literal fucking cinder block like the Steam Deck all the fucking time, which even that has terrible battery life, so that's not a guaranteed fix. Like, what do you expect? It's a handheld that's powerful. You're going to have a lesser battery as a result. So, bring a battery pack if it's that big a deal.
If you could, please, give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't.
I just bought, 4 20,000 milliamp hour battery packs off of Amazon for $13 a piece. So, there you go. You'll have more than enough battery life for a whopping, like, what, $30 for 2?
Already. Now, I do want to say, not every person is hating on this. I still see some hype. People are posting pictures. Apparently, there's some leaked consoles in China going around. But a lot of people just kind of seem like, okay, the box is boring. The games are all digital. Pretty much every single Nintendo Switch 2 game is purely all digital. Even...
No, third-party game. Not Nintendo games, third party, which they're making that choice. So, that's not on Nintendo.
Stuff like this, like, come on. Could you not actually spend that little bit of money? This is now confirmed. Dragon Quest 1 and 2 on Xbox, the game is on the disc. On PlayStation, the game is on the disc. On the Nintendo Switch 2, it's a key card. But let's talk about this today.
Okay, well, that's a Square Enix problem, not a Nintendo problem. So, what do you want Nintendo to do about a publisher not putting their game on the cartridge? Nintendo has no authority to force them to do so. So, it's just, this is idiotic. If it was Nintendo doing it, yeah, I could see complaining about it. It's like, okay, yeah, y'all are doing some fucked up shit, whatever. But a third-party publisher choosing how to publish their game on the Switch is completely out of Nintendo's control.
Nintendo Switch games that are compatible with the Nintendo Switch 2. The list has now been updated. We also have a list of games with the startup issues, playable, but with compatibility issues.
I mean, this is the thing, though. It's like, this is great transparency. So they're not even hiding this fact. They're publishing it publicly for you to see. And it's like, what is wrong with this? This is what every single other console that has backwards compatibility has. There's a reason why you can't just plop in any fucking 360 disc into your Series X and have it play. You have to patch the games in order to get them to run on backwards compatibility for licensing reasons as well as compatibility issues. I don't understand how this is like crazy to people. Like, this is public information. They're giving you the information that, you know, a lot of other companies probably would not.
issues and games with issues that they're trying to basically rush a fix. Now, in the comments, people are like, okay, the fact that the Switch 2 is having so many compatibility issues, this sounds rough. Hopefully they get ironed out soon. It is wild that so many games straight up do not work. It does not make sense to me. So I want to take a look at all three lists, just because the weirdest part of this is not all indies. A lot of these are actually games that make hundreds of millions.
Dead by Daylight is definitely a fucking shitty ass indie tier game.
Of dollars. These are games that just don't work. Dead by Daylight, Final Fantasy, great.
Yeah, the original game. Issues being investigated. I would probably bet it's going to be fixed.
I mean, Gang Beasts, Jurassic Park. I mean, I can't.
Who the fuck? Gang Beasts and Jurassic Park. Okay, yeah, massive games.
I can't help but just scroll through because so many of these not working. I think this shows the fact that clearly something on the code end is just not working. Now,
yeah, that's why it has to be fixed. Whoa, dude. Software has to be updated in order to be compatible? No fucking way, dude. Crazy.
Typically, with backwards compatibility, I still can't believe YouTube doesn't work.
That's a Google problem, which I guarantee that'll be their day one. So, Google probably just has to do a little tweaking behind the scenes to get it to work properly.
Warframe doesn't work. Oh my god.
Oh my god, not Warframe! Holy shit. Dude, if I can't play Warframe on day one on my Nintendo Switch 2, it's literally over.
Typically, with the backwards compatibility, the way it works is there's an emulator on the system. Obviously, the Nintendo Switch 2 architecture is very...
Dude, wait till people... I mean, it's just... This is the biggest nothing ever. But whatever, man. You know? Grab your pitchforks, everybody.
Very different from Nintendo Switch 1 architecture. The code, the bits, the hardware inside of it are very, very different. But since the Nintendo Switch 2 is a lot stronger than the Nintendo Switch 1, it's essentially got just a little puddle of programming. So you can still drop in Nintendo Switch 1 games, and they mostly work. But I have to admit that the fact that these games...
Yeah, but the problem is the native resolution's different. You know, the amount of RAM is different. Like, the way the system is set up is completely different. So, you have to patch things in order to get them to run on different hardware. If you have a specific version of a game that runs on a specific piece of hardware, there are times, depending on how you program that specific piece of software, you have to update it to get it to run on, you know, updated specs. This is not anything new. Like every time there's an OS change, you know, software has compatibility issues with like a Windows update sometimes. It's the same premise. This is like nothing new, bro. You have the list of all the games that are not compatible right now, and they're being investigated. Every single one's being investigated. There's not one that's like, oh yeah, kick rocks, bitch. We're not fixing it.
Seemingly don't even start up. Games with startup issues, meaning that a lot of times they won't even boot. Even games that actually have stuff. Nintendo Switch games that start up on Nintendo Switch 2, but include some in-game compatibility issues. Now, as a person who...
yeah, that's like nothing. It's probably like, oh, it fucking, you know, has a frame drop or something. Who knows?
Played the Xbox 360 launch. There was actually a lot of backwards compatibility issues with Xbox 360. Like,
oh, dude.
Original Xbox games where there were like 20 games that actually ran better.
What about the PlayStation 2 backwards compatibility that literally bricked your PS3
on the original Xbox over the 360 just because of how it emulated stuff? But so many of these games, it blows my mind. Alan Wake, Alien Isolation, oh my god, Fall Guys, oh my god, it's actually just mind-blowing. The Mega Man collection doesn't work. What are we doing here? Saints Row. I'm not just meaning the
Saints Row doesn't work on anything.
Read these games back to back.
Dude, most of this shit is slop. Alan Wake remastered. Who fucking cares? Alien Isolation. Who fucking cares? Dex, Dust Elysian Tale, Elderand.
Back to back. But I hate
Fall Guys, Godlike Burger.
seeing hundreds and
Come on,
hundreds
bro.
and hundreds of games labeled as this issue is being investigated. This issue is
But
being...
these are just issues. They're not like the game doesn't work. You probably just might get shitty frame rates at times, or who knows. Like, there's no details on what the actual issue is.
being investigated. This issue is being investigated.
Oh no, dude, I saw NBA 2K. It's over.
To me, how are you dealing with this at launch?
By getting the publishers to update their games and fix them.
Maybe I'm being overly critical here. Maybe somebody
Yes.
in the comments will say you're being too harsh, but how is this stuff still being investigated 9 days?
Because Nintendo doesn't update other people's games. Nintendo publishes their own games, and third parties publish theirs. I mean, this is just so retarded, bro. Where is a single first-party Nintendo game on this list? None. There isn't one, because Nintendo fixed all of their games prior to the release. They cannot force third-party publishers to do the same. Third-party publishers have other shit they're working on. Oh my god. I mean, this is just so self-explanatory. Like, why do some games on PS5 Pro not have a Pro patch? Like, we were just talking about Final Fantasy 16 not having a Pro patch. Why is that the case? Because Sony didn't fucking make the game. Shocking.
Days before launch. A lot of the leaks are that the Nintendo Switch 2's like rough schematics were done in 2021. They've been working on this console for like 4 years. It's out now, and it's still this busted, this incomplete. Oh wait, we have a third list. Games they're trying to rush a patch for. This...
They're not trying to rush a patch. The update will patch the game. The update is already ready to go. It's probably part of the day one update.
This to me is unforgivable. Doom Eternal.
It's unforgivable. Holy shit, bro.
Fortnite, Floor Kids, Fitness, Boxing.
Oh my god.
How are Nintendo games not working on the Nintendo? Oh my god.
It is working, you fucking tard. Planned to be resolved via update. The update is planned, bro. They're gonna fix it on day one with the update. Holy shit.
How are Nintendo games
Read! Learn to read, bitch!
not working on the Nintendo? Oh my god. I have to say, Pizza Tower, oh my god. This to me very
Not
much screams
Pizza Tower! No!
the fact that the Nintendo Switch 2 is not ready for launch. And I feel like this is...
Oh my god. Dude, this is gonna be great. Honestly. These fuckers are so retarded.
such a strange time.
The Nintendo Switch 2 is not ready for launch. Literally for the past 3 months, they've been demoing it to the public. Okay, bro. Yeah, it's not ready.
Time to rush it. Like, historically, Nintendo's always...
This is a bit confusing for the general public. No, it's not. Bro, hold on. Do I have them? I might not have them readily accessible. No, I don't. Shit. I was going to grab my stack of iPhone boxes. Like, the #1 selling consumer electronic device in the United States is the iPhone. Every single year. And every single year, Apple puts out an identical box, basically, to the previous year. They don't even put the number on the front of the box. And no one has a problem ordering a new iPhone every single year. There is a massive fucking 2 right on the front. If you're that retarded that you can't figure that out, then you would have fucked it up some other way anyway. Like, come on, bro.
Been very, very clear about their obsession with holiday sales. They've talked about this very publicly, that every single year they like to have something coming out around Christmas. That's why you always get a collector's edition controller or a special Switch Lite Zelda edition, stuff like that. They always try to have something big and flashy ready for holiday.
Yeah, like the 2 is bigger than the actual name.
So if they were saying, we're trying to rush this out because we want to have it on store shelves by October, right?
It's got a big-ass 2 on the front of the fucking console as well.
That would sort of make a bit of logic, but why are you doing such an incomplete rush job if you're...
An incomplete rush job. You do not need perfect 100% third-party backwards compatibility to have a console ready for launch. Third-party developers are out of Nintendo's control. Third-party developers could say, we're not updating our games. Deal with it. That is completely outside of Nintendo's control. They can do nothing about that. This is the most retarded fucking shit ever.
Dropping it in June. This is a summer release. Could you delay it 45 days and it's more finished, more complete?
I don't think he understands. Like, he really is dumb, bro. Honestly. The 4 roommates thing really does make sense. Like, how are you this bad at critical thinking that you can't fucking grasp the idea that a third-party developer has to patch a third-party game? It has nothing to do with Nintendo. Literally nothing.
I am still in a spot where I'm fascinated to watch the
120 games with startup issues, 55 games with in-game compatibility issues, and 60 games with issues planned to be addressed. That's 235 games out of 15,000. Yeah, what is that? Less than 2%? I think so, yeah. That's like less than 2%. Oh my god, man. Cancel the launch right now.
Reactions to it, because the Nintendo Switch 2, the more we hear about it, the more this thing seems like it's going to be the next Wii U. Maybe I'm being overly critical, but...
The original Switch was supposed to be the next Wii U, but, you know, we saw what happened.
When I hear stuff like the fact that Nintendo has now confirmed they can remote deactivate your console,
They've been able to do that. Xbox has been able to do that. PlayStation's been able to do that, too. Whoa.
It's admitted that their new end-user license agreement, if they even think you're trying to bootleg something or share games with a friend, they will brick your...
Yeah, if you try to share games with a friend, they're going to brick your console, as they literally added a feature onto the console to share games with your friends. This is just retarded, bro. You know, some people are destined to be fucking poor and stupid, and this is one of them. Because holy shit. This is incredible. Yeah, I don't think cracking your fucking console and jailbreaking it and stealing a bunch of games from the eShop is the same thing as sharing a fucking game with a friend. Dear Lord.
Console. There's going to be videos of people legitimately playing their system and it gets bricked. There's going to...
No, there won't. How many Xboxes has that happened to? How many?
Be videos of people trying to play games and they crash. There's going to be videos of people trying to transfer...
How many people playing video games and they crash? Who fucking... Oh my god, dude, a video game crashed. Cancel the entire platform now, guys. It's over. Wrap it up. A video game had a technical problem. This dude shills for the fucking Steam Deck and he's complaining about crashing? My guy, PC gaming is literally associated with crashing. Holy fuck. This is just... I mean, obviously the rent's due. And, you know, maybe it's only 1/4 of the rent, but I guess it's still a lot.
For cloud saves with thousands of hours of Splatoon on it, and they're going to get deleted.
A cloud save with thousands of hours of Splatoon on it is going to get deleted. That has nothing to do with the console. You fucking... Oh my god. Dude. Oh my god. This is insane.
I am fascinated because this really does seem like a unique L. The Nintendo Switch won me over because it stayed in its lane. It wasn't trying to have the best graphics. It wasn't trying to have big open world experiences. It
wasn't trying to have big open world experience. The only game that launched with the Nintendo Switch was an open world experience. You fucking half-wit, mouth-drooling fucking retard. Holy shit. This guy is actually fucking brain dead, man. Genuinely fucking brain dead. Holy shit. This is insane, bro.
It was a tablet that played amazing games. And I really enjoyed that. I liked seeing, even if they were downgraded ports, it was cool seeing Wolfenstein.
I genuinely can't. This is the most forced shit ever. And you just pair it with the natural retardation, and it's just insane.
On it, and The Witcher on it, and Final Fantasy on it, and seeing basically how great the Nintendo Switch could be at just being a Nintendo console. Whereas the Switch 2, this really seems like a project that purely exists so they can monetize the fan base.
Oh my god. Really? A company selling a product to monetize their fan base. How many... Hold on, let's go back. Let's take a look here real quick, because this is some revisionist history.
Hey there, gamers. Streepcast guy here.
Let's see. Switch Pro. Does everybody remember the Switch Pro? The good old Switch Pro, the more powerful Nintendo Switch that all these clickbait tards for years were begging Nintendo for. Oh, look, Nintendo has canceled the Switch Pro. This sucks. Oh, but you don't want a more powerful Switch, Dreamcast guy. What changed? What changed, dude? It sucked that they canceled the more powerful Nintendo Switch. Now it's a bad thing that they're giving it out? Like, bruh, come on. It's just insanity, bro. Is the Switch Pro coming in 2020? Maybe. Nintendo revealed a new Switch, but it's not the Pro? Nintendo Switch Pro leaked for 2021. Dude, these guys were hyping up the Switch Pro for years. Years, the Switch Pro was a fucking clickbait news topic that they were hoping for, asking for, wanting a more powerful Switch because the Nintendo Switch was underpowered and felt dated. But now all of a sudden they love the Nintendo Switch because it stayed in its lane. It was a game console that didn't focus on open world experiences, even though the only launch title from Nintendo for the console was an open world experience. And, you know, they didn't care about graphics or any of that shit. But we proceeded to spend the next 5 years asking for an updated console with a more powerful processor to get better graphics and performance, which Nintendo Switch 2 is literally exactly just that. But because Reddit told me I'm not allowed to like it, it's now the worst thing ever. And Nintendo has lost touch of what its community wanted. It's just, what is this revisionist ass history, bro? It's insane. Absolutely fucking insane.
This, to me, if I could just be brutally honest, it seems like a pathetic cash grab and very un-Nintendo-like.
Nintendo and cash grabs is what? Nintendo is notorious for cash grabs, bro. Nintendo is literally known for monetizing the absolute ever-living fuck out of every single property they have. amiibos, custom consoles, custom controllers, merchandise, amusement parks, trading cards, accessories, movies, TV shows, you know, 4 fucking versions of the Nintendo DS. It's just, what is he talking about, bro? You don't think the new 3DS wasn't a cash grab where you could play like 4 games exclusively on it? And you had to buy a whole ass new fucking handheld? But this is the problem? An updated piece of hardware after the original Switch has been on the market for over 8 fucking years? What world is he living in? Yeah, 2 versions of the same... 3 in the past, actually. Now they just replaced it with like $50 DLC, but yeah, same difference. I don't know, man. This is crazy. Like, this is not anything new. Nintendo has literally operated in a way to extract as much money out of their fan base as possible for a very long time. So, this being a point is retarded. Because more so than any of the other console manufacturers, Nintendo goes out there and puts out a ton of products to make as much money as possible off people from as many different avenues as possible. Well, Nintendo owns 30-something% of Pokemon Company, and then they own a large portion of Game Freak as well. So, indirectly, yes, they do own Pokemon, but yet not technically. They own 33% of it, though. But then they also own the majority of Game Freak, so technically they have 67% controlling stake.
Typically made money because they had the best product, the cutest games, the most family-friendly focus and stuff, but now they really do seem like they don't care about anything.
They don't have family-friendly games anymore? What the fuck is Mario Kart? What the fuck is Donkey Kong? What the fuck is Metroid Prime? Like, probably the kid-friendly shooter. Like, what are you... Again... He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, Nintendo gave up on kid-friendly, guys. You know, everything's going to be blood and gore from here on out. Donkey Kong's, like, literally going to scalp people. I don't know.
Thing except milking you. How do you feel about the Nintendo Switch 2? How do you feel about this backwards compatibility list? And are you still getting one? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And please keep dreaming.
Oh my god, bro. These Switch videos just keep getting worse and worse. Yeah, exactly. This guy always tells you not to buy something, then he orders multiple copies. Dreamy next week, I bought the Nintendo Switch 2 by selling my old Switch to my girlfriend. Oh my god. You criticize it, but you're still gonna buy it. Fortnite is getting its own Switch 2 version. Dreamcast guy, you're getting it day 1. Dude, the list was available since April 2nd. This is just an updated list with more confirmed updates. Just more misinformation and fake anger from you. Pointless rage bait. That dude is the kind of guy who puts milk in his bowl before the cereal. He shouldn't be near a camera or microphone. Oh my god. Oh my god, hundreds of games are broken out of 15,000. Relax, you're way overreacting. No sources, just rambling, milking the Switch 2 rage trend dry. Damn, you really didn't do research on this. A couple seconds of actual research, and I found that the games that will start on the Switch 2 would have some minor compatibility issues. You're framing it as if they won't even play on the Switch at all. This disappoints me, man. I don't like the rage bait videos. I much prefer the reviews where you're more passionate about something or validly criticizing it. By the way, not all PS4 games are compatible with the PS5, so this is kind of a common issue, just like all 360 games aren't compatible with Xbox One or Series X. It's funny, all you Dreamcast guy haters are his most loyal followers. How could you not follow him, though? Oh my god, bro. Yeah, we've already seen this list before. Why would they care about Switch 1 of Fortnite when it's running the Switch 2 version on launch day 1? That shit is free, lol, yeah. People got to whine over anything. Yeah, exactly. It's just absolutely incredible, man. Dude, this is all going to age like absolute fucking milk because he's going to have to backtrack on so much of it. Like, the backtrack is going to be biblical. That's all I can say. Merc with the 26 months. What if Microsoft bought game for... They can't. Nintendo already owns the controlling stake of it, so... They could not. I mean, Microsoft could theoretically buy Creatures, but that would only be 33% of the company. So, but it's a Japanese company and they're not going to sell. If they haven't sold to Nintendo yet, they're not going to sell to Microsoft. You got to remember, man, Pokemon is worth like probably $100 billion, close to it. Like, it's an expensive IP. So, I don't know if Microsoft would even be willing to front the money to purchase Pokemon, even if they could. Fluffle Nugget with the 2. Switch 2 cannot come soon enough. I'm so ready. Same here, man. I'm looking forward to the Switch 2. So I've always had a love of handhelds. It's always been my preferred gaming as like a kid. So I love the ability to like just, you know, pick up your little gaming machine and have it like dedicated for just that purpose. It's nice. You can take it outside. You can sit on your bed and watch TV. You can lay on the couch. You can take it if you're going somewhere. Like, there's just something very nice about handheld gaming that, you know, sitting at a desk or whatever just really doesn't, I feel like, capture, personally. Maybe it's the member berries, but I don't know. I've always loved handhelds.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
And Buff Garfield with the 2. Keep dreaming. That's right. Amen. And real controversial truth with the 2. For me, I only wish to see the Brokies re over it. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be getting 2, so, for myself. And then... I don't know. Maybe I'll give my dad one or something. I don't know. I kind of want to keep as many of them as possible, but I'm not sure. I have like, I think 7 total. I think I have 7 of them, but, you know, I'm just praying one of them gets there on launch day, bro. One console delivered on launch day. That's all I ask. Otherwise, I'm going to be even more fucking angry at the wedding. So if I don't have my Nintendo Switch to come home to at the hotel after being forced to conversate, then I might start going Kang Kong mode and start chucking TVs at Costco. If I got my dad a Switch 2, he'll think I'm gay. He probably already thinks you're gay anyway, so I don't think the Switch 2 is the common denominator there. I think you are.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast.
Here we go.
Guy here. And today we're talking about the Nintendo Switch 2 because the first console has now...
TVs at a wedding? It's a handheld. You don't need a TV at a wedding. Oh, you mean the Kang... No, I said chucking TVs at Costco. So I would go to Costco and then chuck the TVs.
Officially leaked. Somebody has it that's not an official Nintendo employee. They posted an unboxing. They're doing a Q&A about it. And
have you never... Hold on. Have you not seen that video?
Move! Get out of the fucking... Oh, shit! What the fuck's going on, man? I'm at the Costco, and there's this retarded kid tweaking the fuck out, knocking all the TVs down. And I'm not trying to be racist, but he's doing it. He's making all these fucking monkey noises and screaming about how he's King Kong. Security, get the fuck up there. Stop this kid. He's out of control. Oh, there goes another one. Another TV destroyed by the mighty King Kong.
Just think, bro, those TVs are probably worth more than his entire life in terms of tax revenue.
King Kong, no! Oh, shit. Well, that one's fucking broken.
No, come here. Come here.
King Kong, you gotta stop.
King Kong, come here. I need King Kong. I need King Kong. I need King Kong.
King Kong, you're terrorizing everybody in the fucking Costco. Holy shit, this kid's lost it.
I know, but I need King Kong.
Who can save us from the mighty King Kong? He's unstoppable.
Dude, if you have a retarded kid like that, put it on a fucking leash.
Oh, move! Get out of the fucking... Oh, shit. What the fuck's going on, man? I'm at the Costco, and there's this retarded kid tweaking the fuck out, knocking all the TVs down, and I'm not trying
You know, take the chain off the pity and just hook him up to it.
to be racist, but he's doing it. He's making all these fucking
Bro, honestly, the pity would probably be more well-behaved.
monkey noises and screaming about how he's King Kong. Security, get the fuck up there. Stop this kid. He's out of control. Oh, there goes another one. Another TV destroyed by the mighty King Kong.
They're not sending their
King
best.
Kong, no! Oh, shit. Well, that one's fucking broken.
No, come here. Come here.
King Kong, you gotta stop.
King Kong, come here. I need King Kong. I need King Kong. I need King Kong.
King Kong, you're terrorizing everybody in the fucking Costco. Holy shit, this kid's lost it.
I know, but I need King Kong.
Who can save us from the mighty King Kong? He's unstoppable.
Is he actually retarded? Probably. Either that or he's just being a fucking prick. Yeah, no, you should either leave a child like that at home, chain him up out front, or put him on a fucking leash. Real talk.
The biggest thing that a lot of
or
the
leave him in the car with the window cracked.
internet is mad about is that,
or maybe not,
the system is now confirmed to be very, very internet focused, meaning that you can't even turn it on until the Nintendo servers allow it. So even if you did find a Nintendo Switch somewhere, if it falls off a truck or you bought one on eBay.
No, you stole one. Falling off a truck is another way of saying I stole it. Now, the only way you're getting a Switch 2 right now is if you steal it. Like, whatever.
It doesn't work unless Nintendo allows it. And people are a bit suspicious of this just because...
Okay, where was the same energy for the Xbox? The Xbox Series S and X had the exact same thing. You have to hook it up to the internet in order to, like, use it. This is nothing new, but whatever.
It does kind of suck now that we're basically in the digital future. Nintendo has said that 95% of all the games coming to the Switch 2 are just a game card key or digital only. It is weird to think about the fact that at this point, you couldn't even boot up your console unless Nintendo allows it. But let's take a look.
Okay. Wow, I can't turn my iPhone on unless Apple allows it either because they sold me the device.
Look at the videos. Hi, hope you're having a great day. And if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, it's kind of interesting to see it. I feel like I always like watching leaked unboxings. For people that have been subscribed for a long time, we watched some leaked unboxings of the PS5 Pro, the PS5 Digital Edition, the Xbox Series X. I like this kind of stuff because it's kind of just interesting to see stuff before you're really supposed to see it. There's always something about that.
We've already seen it. Nintendo's already been posting unboxing videos on their Nintendo app. They've already had the Nintendo Switch experience where people have walked up, held the console, held the controllers, played Donkey Kong, Mario Kart, the Cripple Kart game. They've played Metroid Prime 4. We've seen, you know, Breath of the Wild footage with the update. Like, we've already seen this thing in action for, you know, probably hundreds of hours on YouTube if you watch all the video footage from those events.
At first,
like shit, there was a guy who did a speed running record on the Switch 2 for the demo of Breath of the Wild at the Nintendo Switch Experience. Which is actually kind of cool. Like, apparently some Japanese kid who's like a speedrunner for Breath of the Wild, went to one of the Switch 2 experiences, and he set a live speedrunning record for the Switch 2 version of the game during the Nintendo Switch experience, and like all these like people were like, you know, crowded around cheering him on and stuff, which was pretty funny. But yeah, I think you only had like 15 or 20 minutes to play each game, so yeah, he rushed through it. I think in like 13 was what he did. But yeah, it was pretty funny.
First opening of the box. But with this console generation, the Xbox Series X required an internet connection for initial boot up. With the PS5 Pro, we watched about the fact that not only do you have to buy the disk drive separately, the disk drive does not work until it connects to the internet, meaning that if for some reason you're booting it up on Christmas morning and PlayStation servers get knocked offline by Lizard Squad, your system is a brick until PSN comes back. So with Nintendo, it is now confirmed that this does not work. It doesn't do anything. It isn't anything until the day one update, which means that I really do think this sort of implies there's not going to be reviews for the Nintendo Switch 2. Nobody can even...
You don't need a review. I give this console an 8 out of 10. The screen is a 7. The controllers are a 7.5. Like, bro, nobody cares. Stop. Boo-hoo, the journos didn't get it early and for free. I don't fucking care.
Play it. Even if Nintendo did mail it to you, they'd have to have personally updated it at their factory before you were allowed to turn it on.
No one cares.
It is still cool to just see inside the box, though. I do like those Joy-Cons a lot. It's funny that whenever you start to see games going out to retailers, something always gets leaked. But here's the part that kind of stuck...
No, it doesn't get leaked. It gets stolen.
In my mind. More video plays. The Nintendo Switch 2 is locked. It needs updated to function, so I'm waiting until June 5th to unlock it. It literally does not work.
Okay, so what?
Just doesn't work. You can't turn it on early. You can't do anything. It is literally
good, you know, because this person stole one, so now he can't use it.
A brick. Now, a lot of people are talking about this because other people are also managing to get a bit early, and they said you can't even turn on Nintendo Switch 1 games.
It's exactly what Apple does when you steal from the Apple Store. They brick all the phones. They actually brick every single component, so you can't even use them with other iPhones. But yeah, every company does this shit because of a certain, you know, mentality that's, you know, rampant in certain societies of, I'm going to take this shit. So yeah, the ability to remote brick a piece of hardware is nice to discourage theft.
Without an internet connection that basically unlocks...
Oh yeah, they can do it with cars as well.
...unlocks it on a game-by-game basis. I have no permission to post pics, but I can share that when they tried to boot up a Switch...
Well, it's like Tesla. When you buy one of the Teslas, like full self-driving is already deployed on the car. You just have to pay to use it. So, yeah, this is very, very common. Lots of companies already do this shit with electronics.
Switch 1 game, a message prompt says, please connect to the internet and update your system. You cannot do anything without an internet connection with the Switch 2. And I just want to say...
Who doesn't have internet? Genuine question. You know, if this was back in 2005 to maybe 2010, you might have a point. But bro, it's 2025. Literally anybody can turn on the fucking hotspot on their phone for 3 seconds to connect their Nintendo Switch to the internet. It is not that big a deal.
The reason a lot of people don't like that is that this is a new era of fragile current content. Systems go down, internet goes down, servers go down.
The internet does not go down, bro. You may have a temporary outage for like a few hours, but even then, your cell service is still good. You can just flick that on and then use your fucking console. If you really need to download that day one patch and all of a sudden you have an internet outage for 2 hours, use your cell phone, drive to fucking Starbucks, go sit in a McDonald's, do what you gotta do. It's really not that deep. Like, we're really gonna act like, you know, just the internet's so unreliable nowadays. You just don't know when you're actually ever gonna have it. Fuck off.
Down. I mean, recently we had the big outage of PlayStation Network. It was down for days and days and days, and PlayStation still never even told us how that outage happened. And
they got hacked.
I do think about the fact that what if you get a game console during that? Your system is inoperable. You're...
Oh no! Oh my god, man, I'd have to wait. I have to sleep, and then I could use my new Nintendo Switch.
Freaking $500 thing is useless until...
Yeah, it's completely useless until the next day.
Their servers allow it, so what happens in the future?
Yeah, fuck you, Nintendo or PlayStation. How dare you become the victim of a cyber crime? It's like blaming someone who gets stabbed for being stabbed. It's like, yeah, I don't really think they chose for that to happen, but, you know. Shit happens, right? Just like Dreamcast guy didn't choose for a homeless guy to beat his teeth in with a fucking rusty pipe to where he had to get jaw surgery. You know, is it your fault, Dreamcast guy, that you had fucked up teeth, or is it the homeless guy that bashed him in? I don't know. By your logic, it might be yours.
People are still playing the 3DS. You can't just act like games are this flash in the pan experience. If it's not current, it doesn't exist. It is weird to me that you can play every other generation forever. We're now coming to this era where, now for the first time, when this game...
I did it. I've never been homeless.
Console era ends, when this generation of consoles ends, these consoles are all just gonna get bricked. They will have no...
My ISP goes out for like 30 seconds. Yeah, mine flashes on and off every once in a while. It's like, okay. Maybe it goes down for like 3 hours if they're doing construction and there's like an accident or, you know, some, you know, act of God, whatever it might be. You know, outages happen, but to act like it's some widespread issue to where you're literally cut off from the internet for like years or months or even weeks is just non-existent in the modern world. And even then, you have your cell phone, which can operate as a hotspot, or you could just buy fucking Starlink and not worry about a damn thing at all.
Retro lifespan. They will have no nostalgic quality. They will have no ability to exist outside the current profitable ecosystem. Now, it is funny that I am seeing people still try to get one anyways. I saw this tweet last night for Destiny FOMO. If anybody has a Nintendo Switch too early, I will pay $5,000 for it. I'm willing to travel to you. I mean, Destiny FOMO, I love the stuff you do, but yeah.
He loves the stuff that... She's a porn star, by the way. That's one of Rich's OnlyFans whore friends, quote unquote, that he totally doesn't want to have sex with. But yeah. She's literally a fucking whore. Of course, Dreamcast guy's a huge fan. What's more shocking is she doesn't have a penis.
In this case, I think we now know that no point going to get it. Someone got their hands on a Nintendo Switch 2 and is making a very intelligent decision to share an unboxing video. They actually cannot use it until June 5th because it needs an update, so the entire risk is essentially pointless. So in the past...
Well, not really, because you can get a shit ton of ad revenue from the unboxing video.
Nintendo lawyers are famously the most brutal. They track people down very, very quickly. There are literally people in prison right now. Not just lawsuits. There are people in literal prison for messing with Nintendo. So even if I did get a Nintendo Switch 2, even if somebody showed up right...
Yeah, she's fat, if I remember correctly. And she's got a donkey face.
...now and just said, here's a Nintendo Switch 2... I'd probably do an unboxing. I'd probably hold it up for a camera and measure the screen and stuff like that. Test the battery life, but let it sit there. But at this point, don't try to connect it to the internet because at the very least, you're just going to end up on Nintendo's radar and you don't want them having your IP address. This is just a short, sweet video. I want to talk about this.
Is she at least hot? She's similar to Violet Myers. So here, I'll just pull it up real quick. There we go.
2021 is almost over, so I thought it was time for me to film a YouTube video because it's been a while. And why not an update to my game room? Because
This is, yeah, nah. Not for me.
How do you feel about the Nintendo Switch 2? How do you feel about this unboxing? And, well, are you still in for it? Are you ready for the first all-digital future?
Too exotic.
For Nintendo console? Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. I just woke up from the most glorious nap. I went to the gym at 5 a.m. That was cool. Having the whole gym to yourself, very nice. But about noon, my body was like, hey, bro, why the hell did you get up at 4:30? So I just dozed off.
Fake. There's somebody else there. He got exposed again, guys.
But I'm back. Gaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always...
He lied again. So Dreamcast guy is now one of those dudes who sets up a camera to film himself lift. The king of rage bait jumping on this in double quick time. The Switch 2 has lost the most important feature, portability and offline play. No, it has not. He'll be praising the Switch 2 by the end of the month. Yup. You already know, man. You already know. Hell yeah, dude. That's a good thumbnail image. Peak detected. Oh, dude, the glazing is going to be biblical. It's going to be absolutely fucking biblical. At least he isn't 400 pounds. Yeah, well, Rich is. Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I've seen what's happened with Marathon. They probably can't advertise it right now because of the copyright issues. So every time they advertise it and show it publicly, the potential damages of copyright theft keep going up and up and up. So they had to cut the advertising, I guarantee you, because of the copyrighted material that the artist stole from somebody else. So... Yeah, I would cancel it too, but the problem is they've spent so much damn money on it that they basically just have to release it and try and get some of it back. Because some money is better than no money at all. Even if it's like a few tens of millions of dollars, like at least it's something. I think LolCal Live is still going on, but I haven't watched him in forever. Well, I think Marathon will automatically do better than Concord, personally. Concord had genuinely no interest whatsoever. And Bungie, despite, you know, all the drama and shit, has a large following of people that will probably buy the game regardless. Plus, there will be a lot of people who buy Marathon just in case it does get delisted like Concord did as well. In order to have it in case, you know, it disappears. So what do I think of the anime banning law? I don't think it's a big deal. But I will say the thumbnail choice on this video is great. So that's the most important thing about the topic. The hell is the thumbnail? I don't know, man. It just happens to be the greatest anime of all time. Yeah, that. Exactly. If you know, you know. Imagine getting a felony for watching it. Dude, don't tempt me. Do not tempt me with such wonderful fucking thoughts. Someone getting arrested and charged with a felony for watching anime is something that could only happen in my wildest dreams. You know, cue the Taylor Swift song, bro. I hope you enjoy your Switch 2 on launch. I'll be playing my Switch 1. Well, hopefully I'll be getting it at launch. I'm going to be pissed if I have to wait. I will not be happy. If I don't get one before my trip, I will actually probably be very mad. Which song is that? Isn't there like a Taylor Swift song called like Wildest Dream or something like that? I don't fucking know. I think I've heard it before. Maybe it's not hers, actually. Could be somebody else's. Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists. Jordan Peterson is an atheist. That's a retarded fucking... Wait, so they did an atheist versus 20 atheists? That's actually fucking stupid. Yeah, you can switch your Best Buy purchase to a store pickup so you can pick it up on day one instead of waiting for shipping, FYI. That's why I wanted to get it from Best Buy, but, you know, Judaism. I'm debating if I want to go line up for it, but I don't know. Dude, honestly, I'm very, like, I'm going to be losing out on so much easy content that weekend because it's not just the launch of the Switch, like Switch 2 and Mario Kart World. It's also Summer Games Fest and the Xbox Showcase. So, yeah, the financial loss is irreparable. It's very tempting for me to just say, fuck it, but, you know. How is he atheist? He doesn't believe in God. He's not. Oh my God, never mind. How is someone an atheist? They're not religious, bro. Yeah, Jordan Peterson is not religious. Jordan Peterson believes that religion is a necessary societal construct in order to enforce morality, but he himself does not believe in it. I've already seen the clips. This is old news. Yeah, spiritual, but not religious. Want to touch my crystals? Exactly. That type of shit. That type of shit, bro. Yep, I'll probably get the Dragon Quest remakes. I'll get them on my Bing Bing Wahoo machine. Bro, I'm tired. It's been a long week already. BioShock 4 is coming. And so am I when Phil Spencer posted that mirror selfie. Here we go. Let's see.
Xbox Game Pass is the best value in gaming and now providing some of the most high-rated Game of the Year contenders and fully loaded in 2025. Here are the major changes coming for Xbox Game Pass.
A price increase.
We're just getting started into 2025, and Xbox has made Xbox Game Pass one of the best services and the best places to play games. Not only are they providing some of the best games that are high-rated, Game of the Year contenders, but also fully loaded with Xbox's own first-party games. There is a ton of concerns surrounding the Xbox Game Pass service, concerns for the pricing structure, future price hikes, and the viability for developers and publishers who put their games on Game Pass. One of the recently concerned titles into Game Pass was id's Doom: The Dark Ages, which just launched and celebrated an incredible milestone. Fans are...
It really wasn't that incredible. 3 million is what Hi-Fi Slush got on one platform. Or I guess two, but whatever. It doesn't matter. But yeah, it's not really a wild success when this is your stats. This is not really an incredible milestone. 2.2 million Goy Pass players, meaning no payment. And then you had 0.2 million who bought it on Xbox, 0.2 million that bought it on PlayStation, and 0.4 million that bought it on PlayStation. So 800,000 sales, 3 million players, 2.2 million people didn't pay for it. So, for a game as big as the Doom franchise, which it's not massive, but Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal sold massively better than this shit. Massively better. So, it does not really look like it's a monumental success for Bethesda or Microsoft.
For anti-fans of Xbox, we're looking at Doom: The Dark Ages on Steam's database to find out that only 31,000 people played the game on Steam, only in an effort to show that Game Pass or the game itself under Xbox's management would not be a success. Just after a day of social media and the internet explaining that Doom: The Dark Ages was a massive flop, Bethesda showed that the game reached 3 million players, but everyone said,
Yeah, because they gave it out. All right, look at it this way. There's 25 million, let's say, premium Game Pass subscribers that have access to Xbox games day one in Game Pass. If only 3 million people of those 25 million played it, that's 1 in 8 subscribers to Game Pass. That's like a 12.5%, download rate for Doom the Dark Ages among Game Pass subscribers. That is not good. That is not a strong, healthy number showing that people are engaging with the game. If only 1/8 of your total user base interacts with one of your biggest games of the year, that's not really a positive sign.
Players, where are the sales? Well, the difference is that Doom the Dark Ages in 2025 reached 3 million players 7 times faster than Doom Eternal did in 2020. And
yeah, because they gave it away in Goy Pass, bro. They gave it away. It's amazing what happens when you can download something for free. What was that other game that bragged about having like 5 million demo downloads or some shit like that? It's like, okay, so what? You had a bunch of people download your demo. It was free. How many people are actually going to buy the game? That's what you need to worry about.
And Doom Eternal was a game that launched right in the beginning of the global pandemic. 7 times faster to 3 million players also means that the game essentially became an equilibrium of sales versus subscription services. How does this...
How many subscriptions were purchased solely to play Doom? Because that's what you're talking about. If service revenue didn't change at all as a result of Doom releasing, then it did nothing.
Work. Well, if you bought Doom Eternal in 2020 for $60, that is about 6 to 7 times the subscription fees to make up for actual outright $60 purchases.
No, that is the most fudged math ever.
They made just as much money on Game Pass as they would by outright selling the game.
No, they didn't.
And they're not done yet. Sources are reporting that Doom the Dark Ages did very, very well on the Xbox console. In fact, more people played the game on the Xbox console thanks to Xbox Game Pass than the people that purchased it on the PlayStation 5.
Again, yes, no shit. It's amazing what happens when you can download something for no cost, basically. Wow, never would have seen that coming.
And with Xbox Game Pass PC app being one of the biggest places where people were playing Doom the Dark Ages.
Again, when you can download the game for essentially, 80-something% off, of course, that's going to be the #1 place people download it. It's not the flex you think it is.
But Chris Dring of Game Business reported, according to Ampere's data, 2 of the 3 million players on Doom were on the Xbox console. But another interesting factor with Game Pass, before we get into all the changes that are coming to the service, is that Xbox has these games available on the service, but they're also selling them on the PlayStation 5. According to the April 2025 top-selling US games on the PlayStation 5, with the #1 selling game on PlayStation right now being Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered, #2 with Forza Horizon 5 with almost 2 million sold on the PlayStation 5 alone, a game that's almost 5 years old. The tried and true Minecraft at #4, and #6 Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and #7 Call of Duty Black Ops 6. That means Xbox has 5 top games in the top 10 sold on the PlayStation 5. The difference with Xbox and their business model of going multi-plat is that Xbox has run the numbers and they can still grow Game Pass, sell games on PC, sell games.
They have to sell games on PlayStation in order to still grow Game Pass. Like, I don't think these guys understand this. It's not because they want to, it's because they have to. How many times do we have to go back to the old Philip Spencer, Lies of P, where he says, this purchase and all of our other acquisitions are to bring great exclusive games where Game Pass is present. I mean, how many times do we have to go back to that? Because that was the purpose of buying these studios. That's why every single Xbox fucking showcase used to have Xbox console exclusive before every single fucking reveal. Because they used to brag about games being exclusive, but they spent way too much money on acquisitions. Their games weren't selling. Game Pass wasn't growing fast enough. So what do you have to do in order to increase revenue to accommodate these massive fucking purchases? You have to sell your games on platforms that actually buy games. So this is not like some, oh yeah, they've wanted to do this forever. No, they had to do this. This was forced. This was never the plan. Microsoft stepped in and said, no, y'all are not going to keep losing money. We want our $100 billion back that we gave you for the gaming acquisitions.
Games on Steam also sell their consoles and their Xbox games on that platform, while they also make money selling games on PlayStation 5. This news is also added that just this week, the announcement Ninja Theory shows that Hellblade 2 Senua's Saga is finally getting its port to the PlayStation console, a game that started
oh boy, don't buy this.
Exclusive on the PlayStation 4 last generation in 2016. But the big news for most fans everywhere who are going to play on any device is that Hellblade 2 Senua's Saga is finally getting its enhancement, and this probably means it's going to be 60 FPS on the Xbox Series X, PS5, and PS5 Pro. I did a review for Hellblade last year. You should check it out. It's a great 7 to 8 hour experience with
no, it's not.
Excellent combat and visuals.
Excellent combat? Oh my god, bro. These guys don't fucking like video games at all. Jesus Christ.
Completely next level. Xbox has already started off an incredible 2025 with Xbox Game Pass. So far, the Xbox Game Pass selection has been bolstered with first-party content, starting out the year with Avowed, an excellent game I highly recommend.
An excellent game I highly... Oh my god. Just like Redfall, man.
An interesting game that I enjoyed, but you probably should play it if you have access to Game Pass. And then the newly released Oblivion.
Listen to him so hesitantly, still trying to shill for South of Mid. It's like, I enjoyed it.
The Avowed, an excellent game I highly recommend. South of Midnight, an interesting game that I enjoyed, but you probably should play it if you have access to Game Pass.
It's an interesting game that I enjoyed. You should play it if you... Yeah, that's a glowing endorsement right there.
And then the newly released Oblivion remaster, which is really a remake that has been topping the...
It is not a remake. It is the definition of a remaster. Stop trying to change industry terminology. Like how he tried to redefine what first party was by saying, oh, well, if Xbox publishes it, it's first party. No. They don't own the studio or the IP. Being the publisher does not mean that all of a sudden the studio is first party.
Sales charts, has tons of people playing, has been a massive success for Bethesda. And then Xbox brought in a AA Game of the Year contender game from Sandfall, Expedition 33. This game has...
I love how everyone shows off this section of the game because it's the only part of the game that actually looks good visually.
Set the internet on fire with everyone talking about it being a 10 out of 10. Incredible turn-based...
It is not a 10 out of 10.
Combat, hard-hitting story.
It's not even turn-based. It's a parry simulator.
Wonderful graphics from a team that came from Ubisoft, a team of just 30 people. This is the selection that you're getting on Game Pass in 2025. I'm saying that you're getting in 2025 because over the past 3 years on Game Pass, especially in 2022, 23, and 24, the selection has been awful. Xbox has just sat there doing...
Oh, it's been awful? Come on, bro. You were shilling for Game Pass since 2017. You were not going to go back and rewrite history that it was awful, dude. You kept talking about how it was the greatest deal in gaming, the Phil Spencer effect, you know, all this fucking glazing and slob-knobbing that took place about how Game Pass was the greatest shit since sliced fucking bread. Dear Lord, man. Have you no shame?
Nothing. Not getting these big games or getting interesting games from their third-party partners or even their own first-party studios not delivering during those long 3 years. but now they're finally hitting. In fact, a small indie game called Blueprints, which is a puzzle game where you go into Metroidvania-like changing rooms.
What the fuck is this dog shit?
That are procedurally generated, has really won people over. And it's another game that will most definitely get the Indie Spotlight Award for Game of the Year amongst all of the other big publishers. And then yesterday, we get the announcement that Sega is putting out a Warhammer Space Marine remaster on the Xbox and PC, and it's coming to Xbox Game Pass. But the most interesting thing about this announcement is that Space Marine Remaster is not even coming to the PlayStation 5 console.
Yeah, because it's just basically an up-res of the old 360 game. And, you know, Xbox has back compat, PlayStation doesn't, so there you go. Conspiracy theory quelled.
We don't know why. There's probably...
we do know why. I guarantee you that's the reason why.
Not a money hatting.
It looks identical to the PC version.
Situation here from Sega and Xbox. And then people are speculating that maybe the version for PlayStation 5 is not ready, or that back compat has something to do with it, which it doesn't. This does not have to do with back compat.
Yes, it does. If you take the 360 version and up-res it, it's still the 360 version, which means it would run in a 360 emulator.
This is a full version. It's probably built from the PC port that is available right now on...
Okay, and what is the PC port, Colt? It's the fucking Xbox 360 game that got ported to PC.
Steam and other platforms.
It's just incredible, bro. It's incredible. Whatever. Doesn't matter.
But if you're excited about revisiting or finally playing through Space Marine Remaster, they are giving you new audio, remastered visuals, and improved character models and much more. The game looks really great, and it's one of those classic Xbox 360 era games, and just dropping on Game Pass. And then another one, Metaphor ReFantazio, was just announced the other day.
Trash. Absolute garbage game.
Coming to Game Pass. That game came out late last year.
Guys, racism is bad. Now spend 90 hours doing a bunch of pointless shit.
Year, and is another Game of the Year contender. And then another announcement was that Xbox is bringing retro classics to Xbox Game Pass, which brings a couple of dozen classic games from the Atari era to your Xbox.
Why doesn't Xbox just port the Activision library to Game Pass? Like, you know, they'll stick fucking Pitfall on Game Pass, but they won't put shit like Prototype or classic Call of Duties. They'll put this dog shit on there, but they won't put the actual games people want into Game Pass.
Xbox console. And this is another Game Pass drop that they just showed. I don't know how many people are going to play these really old games, but there is definitely a segment of retro players that'll enjoy that this will be on their console, available to them without using some other software on their PC or using dev mode on...
Yeah, Prototype 2 is also anti-vax, so it's also based on that front.
Their Xbox Series S. But there's a bunch of games that are coming to Xbox Game Pass in the rest of the year, and Xbox has even more announcements coming to the Xbox Game Showcase. If you want to know everything there is to know about the Xbox Game Showcase, what they have in the pipeline, and what they'll probably show, check out my video about the Xbox Game Showcase for 2025. But already we know that Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4 Remaster is coming from Activision. They've shown footage of this game. It's just another entrance into Game Pass. Ninja Gaiden 4 is another game that Xbox has partnered with their first-party studios. That's coming toward the end of the year.
No. Listen to this.
This is partnered with their first-party studios.
Partnered with their first-party studios. No, this is a third-party game. It is made by Koei Tecmo and Platinum Games. Xbox is the publisher. They are not the first-party studio of Xbox. Oh my god, it's just insanity, bro.
That's coming toward the end of the year. Ninja Gaiden looks incredible and looks like the modern take on this hack and slash. I can't wait to see that one drop.
There better be titties, bro.
Into Game Pass. And also Outer Worlds 2, which is going to be at the showcase, a big direct about this sci-fi RPG from Obsidian Entertainment.
Dude, after that shit stain known as Avowed, I don't know why anyone would be excited for this even remotely.
I did a full video breaking down the weapons and gameplay features. Check that out. That's on my channel. There is so much to be excited about for Outer Worlds 2 and just another one on Game Pass. Just a couple of weeks ago, Xbox announced that Gears of War Reloaded, a remaster of the first Gears of War game with overhauled textures, new lighting, and 4K 60 FPS on Xbox Series X, also coming to PC and PlayStation 5. That's another big game that's coming in August for Xbox Game Pass and the platform.
You already have 2 versions of this on Game Pass. This is not a big deal.
But one of the surprises that I think we'll see at the show...
You already have the original Gears 1 and Gears Ultimate Edition on Game Pass. There is no reason to be excited for yet another remaster of the same fucking game.
Showcase is that for a long time, people have been asking for the Final Fantasy games to come to Xbox console. And there's a heavy rumor swirling that...
Will it finally happen? Will it finally happen? Oh my god. I kind of want it to happen so then it can be my final purchase of Xbox games ever. You know? That'll be it. My final Xbox games that I ever buy will be Final Fantasy. And then I'll be done. It'll be time to hang up my hat. No more games for the Xbox console.
Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Remake from 2019 are going to be revealed
2020
at the Xbox Showcase and be dropping on Xbox.
Did he say jazz? Hold on.
That Final Fantasy 16 and Final Fantasy 7 Remake from 2019 are going to be revealed at the Xbox Showcase and be dropping on Xbox Game Pass by the end of the year. And not only that, Square Enix plans to put Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, the game that just released a couple of years ago on PlayStation 5, into Xbox the following year, and then finish up the trilogy on all of the platforms. For the fans of Starfield, and Starfield is a great game. I have some issues with some things, but I've got over 400 hours into it. Starfield Starborn DLC is supposed to be shown sometime this year and come out around September of 2025, and I would also expect a big reveal for this whole package to also come to the PlayStation 5 console, and I expect that will be a really big moment, and Starfield will sell a ton on the PlayStation platform. But not only that, the game will finally get a bunch of changes.
Starfield didn't even sell a ton in general. Starfield sold 2 to 3 million copies, and the rest were Goy Pass players. That game completely fucking bombed.
Additions, some more mods in the creation set, and hopefully have its Cyberpunk 2 moment. I've also covered this. Starfield has a lot to do.
It will not have its Cyberpunk moment.
But there,
unless some autistic tier anime gets made about it, it's not going to happen.
There is such a great package that they've been building up, and the team hasn't stopped. One of the things that's missing from the service is them grabbing even bigger titles or trying to get some big mainstream or tentpole titles day and date, which are usually reserved to be purchased on those platforms. But Xbox themselves have so many games, with some 10 to 12 games releasing from their own in-house studios this year that are included in a suite of games where they're showing some 15 to 20 games every single month being added to the service. And right now, if you go onto their site and look at the most popular, the highest rated, or the most played, Xbox Game Pass has been absolutely killing it in 2025, and it's been long, long overdue. The other question is, if you're paying $10 to $20, are you getting your money's worth from Xbox Game Pass? Well, one of the interesting things about looking at some of the games coming out, like if you're looking at Doom the Dark Ages and the upcoming Outer Worlds 2, and you're like, I think I just want to buy those outright, Xbox Game Pass already has you covered with about $220 or $240 a year. And if you buy 3 or 4 games, you might as well pay for Game Pass and get all of the 300 or 400 other games that come included with it. But the best thing about Xbox Game Pass is I wouldn't sit here and try to sell it to you.
Yes, you would. You absolutely would. You did for the years that you claimed it was awful, and you're doing it right now.
It's just another option and another way for Xbox to look at the business, because they always sell every game outside of the Game Pass service. Nothing is locked behind that service as an exclusive, and they're also selling everything on PlayStation Games are coming to Nintendo Switch 2 as well, which will get some big announcements for that after Showcase as they partner with Nintendo, which will be very interesting to see. If Xbox decides to price hike the service up $2 to $3 more a month, of course it'll still be a great value as they offer thousands of dollars worth of games. I don't want to see Xbox run away with price hikes because right now they're the #1 publisher in the industry. They're having the top sales across other platforms, they're putting out the most games, and they're really doing well with high-rated quality games. And
they're going to raise the price.
Last thing they need to do is to make us pay for that increase for something they promised us way back in 2018.
Yeah, that was $100 billion ago, Colt. $100 billion ago. You are not that significant.
This is Colt Eastwood. Thank you so much for watching.
They also promised you that you'd have exclusive games this generation. What happened to that? That the Bethesda purchase was to put exclusive games on, you know, Xbox and PC. You know, it was only 4 games. Indiana Jones is not going to PlayStation 5. Starfield is not going to PlayStation 5. But, you know, Microsoft always keeps their promises, right?
Watching this video, I really appreciate your support. If you got this far, thank you so much. I think Xbox Game Pass as a subscription is actually a good disruption in the industry, and it's probably going to open up walled gardens and make gaming a more value-driven and choice-driven industry. If you ended up enjoying this video, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified of new weekly content. If you want to further support what we're doing here on the Colt Eastwood channel, you can do that by hitting the join button below. That'll get you early access for videos, monthly giveaways. We're giving away Doom coins and other coins for the Xbox games as they come out from Xbox fan art. Also, if you want to support,
get my Doom shekels by giving me your real ones. The Gooner shorts? I didn't pay attention. Now, what is this? Here, we'll watch this. News. But here, we'll go to the Gooner short. Oh, I see it now. There you go.
Walmart in the hole.
Just look at it as I stretch it.
Hi everyone, how you doing? Random Man here to tell you random news about the Nintendo Switch 2. And did you get a pre-order at Walmart?
He could have so easily just kept his other channel, bro. It's crazy. Oh, wait. Do y'all want to see something really cringe? Prepare.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello. This is my first video on Tech 25 ASMR. It's a little bit of an experimental YouTube channel. I've always kind of wanted to try out ASMR. I just felt weird about doing it.
Gee, I wonder why.
But my goal
because you probably jerk off to it in your free time.
with this is to make a ASMR YouTube channel that doesn't weird you out.
Alright, so let me ask you guys a question real quick. If you were to start an ASMR channel in order to garner mass appeal in the tech unboxing realm of things, Would you unbox a video game console, a controller, a game, video game related piece of merchandise, a cell phone, a laptop, or would you unbox Minis Forum Mini PC? Because this is definitely a very common search term within the tech and ASMR realm of things.
I promise you, I will never be doing any Tooth Fairy role-playing. I would probably traumatize you anyway. So, what do we have in front of us here? This is kind of what I'm going to be focusing on. Is more small computers, portable emulation devices.
Wow. So the focus of the ASMR channel is going to be miniature computers and portable emulation devices. Basically the shit he got for free when he still had Review Tech USA.
Portable PCs, portable tech in general is what my main focus is going to be here, because I'm a big fan of small tech, kind of like...
Why would you need more than one portable PC? Like, he's just going to open it and return it, probably.
This little guy here, they don't sell it anymore. I bought 2 of these. By the way, this is not a sponsored video. I mean, I don't have any subscribers, of course it's not. But I bought all this. I bought this, actually. This was actually sent to me by Minis Forum, but they're not looking at it first. They're not checking out the video. They're not overseeing anything. They just sent me one, said to try it out and show it to your audience, and that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Dude, you can't do ASMR and then do, like, legal disclaimers. Like, I don't even like ASMR, and this is fucking cheesy, bro. It's like, just open the fucking box.
My audience of 0 people. So, this is the Minis Forum AI X1 Pro. The funny thing is, I was actually going to buy one of these a little bit back. But when Minis Forum reached out and said, hey, we'll send you one to try out, I was like, oh my god, yes. I've actually had this.
I would probably be good at ASMR, but I wouldn't want to do it. That shit creeps me the fuck out.
For a few weeks.
But yeah, he didn't do the thing where it records 2 different audio channels. It's just, whatever, a mono channel instead of stereo, I think is the term, but I'm not sure.
But I purposely didn't open it because I wanted to do the ASMR unboxing.
Dude, it takes him 7 minutes to open this thing.
Minis Forum, I'm a huge fan of them. Initially, really, you're gonna fight me now.
Dude, this is like DSP when he ranted for like 10 minutes about Final Fantasy Lightning Returns in his unboxing and never actually opened the fucking game. It's giving me that type of fucking vibe, bro.
Well, at least the tape on here is impressive.
Yeah, the DSP's unboxing was way more entertaining.
Okay, there we go. If I see something's too loud in post, I could always suppress it. Ooh. And there she is. This is bigger than I thought it would be. Make sure I'm staying in frame here. There we go. We'll keep that late for later. Let's see what else they got. which I'm never going to look at. Normal power cord. HDMI cable, which I'm never going to use. Oh yeah, this is the vertical stand for it. Very cool. Okay. Nice. I'm not gonna probably put it vertical, but it's there.
Let's see how long it takes him to actually get to the computer. There we go. 10 minutes in.
Still on. So let's see what we got. Oh wow. Man, this is way bigger than I thought it would be. Way bigger. So we got fingerprint reader up here. Very cool. Okay, I didn't realize it had that. You have two USB 3 A ports for.
So it's just a shitty Mac clone.
But again, integrated graphics, Elden Ring, running at max settings.
Of course, it's Elden Ring.
Full HD. Can't complain about that. Again, ages ago, this wouldn't even be a thought. And if you haven't played Elden Ring yet, by all means, for Christ's sake, go out and try it. Go buy it right now. Even if you think Soul games aren't for you. I used to think that too, because of the challenge. You'll get into it. And if you don't, you could write in the comments that you wasted money on the game and you could yell at me there. Anyway, Elden Ring is definitely playable on the Minis Forum X1 Pro. Moving on. Last but definitely not least.
Yeah, the Mac Minis are crazy cheap. I got my dad one recently, actually, for like $600. It was like crazy inexpensive.
Is the Resident Evil 4
If I had a use for one, I kind of wanted one for myself, but
remake.
I don't have anywhere to put an extra computer.
I like this a lot. The Resident Evil 2 remake and Resident Evil 3 remake, they never really hooked me like Resident Evil 4 remake did. There's just something about it that I really enjoy. Anyway, what am I running this at? The settings are.
Oh my god. But yeah, just for further reference, here it is in all of its glory.
Okay, what is up, everybody? Darkside Phil here, and welcome to Release Day Unboxing for Tuesday, February 11th, 2014. And before everyone says what on earth is going on, you probably hear an incredibly annoying, high-pitched, droning sound going on. That is the fire alarm in my condo facility. And the problem is, the fire alarm in this condo facility has a nasty habit of, during the middle of the winter, especially when it's very cold, of going off as a malfunction. Now, this is actually a common problem with older fire detection systems. And of course, this building is old, and they don't feel like ever replacing it or upgrading it because the condo association
it's just lightning returns staring at you the whole time.
is a bunch of cheapskate motherfuckers. So this alarm has gone off no less than 3 times already today. It actually went off once when I was out picking up Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Returns. And I know because as I was driving back from the game store, there were 3 fire trucks outside, which means that they went off. The fire departments were required to come here and check and then turn it off. As I was unpacking, I put in some DLC codes, which we're going to talk about in this video, and I was entering those into Xbox Live and talking to my girlfriend on the phone. It went off again. Now, it took them about another 15 minutes because they had to come out here again from the fire station. Alright, they had to again deactivate the alarm. So, that was about, I'd say, a half an hour ago, and then all of a sudden, it went on again. And at this point, it's absolutely ridiculous because what this means is that the fire alarm is broken, but the problem is that my condo association has no on-site superintendent, which I don't even know how that's legal, but they have no on-site superintendent to come here and check out any problems or fix anything. So this alarm could literally be going off for the rest of today, I shit you not. And I have no right, or I have no power to do anything about it, besides just call the condo association and complain. So I said, I've been waiting over half an hour now for the fire alarm to go off. It has not, probably because, let's be honest, the fire department has better things to do than come back here every 10 minutes because the fire alarm's a piece of shit. So I said, I'm just going to go ahead and film my unboxing video. I apologize, guys. Obviously, it's annoying to you. Imagine living here and having to hear this the entire time today. All right? Really hoping that something happens, that maybe the fire department says, fuck this, and turns off the fire alarm or something. I don't know what they could possibly do, but obviously there's a problem. All right? So, let's go through the unboxing. Hell, there may even be a chance that the fire alarm gets turned off during the unboxing. Who knows? And then we'll talk about how we're going to handle today, because today's a special day in regards to gameplay. Alright, so Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13. You might be saying, what the fuck? Really? A lot of people are saying that right now. They're like, really? This game exists? You're telling me that this game is...
Remember, we're getting into the unboxing right now.
The third installment in the Final Fantasy 13 series. That's right. And, you know, it's funny, because Final Fantasy 13, I hate to say it, but oh how the mighty have fallen. Once the definitive #1 role-playing game in the world, now has kind of fallen by the wayside because of a lot of the decisions of management of Square Enix. Let's face it. The fact that they keep coming out with these MMOs, right, that are steering the series in a weird direction that really have nothing to do with the mainstream series. The fact that with Final Fantasy 13, they took such a departure from the traditional Final Fantasy model that a lot of people got turned off, right? Now, I played the original Final Fantasy 13 how long ago at this point? You know what I mean? It was, what, 2009, I believe? And I personally eventually liked the combat system. I thought the combat system was quite interesting and fun once you figured it out. But I thought that the game was far too linear at the beginning. Took way too long to get to an open world part of the game. I thought that the plot was far too convoluted and too overdramatic, and that by the end of the game, most people were left scratching.
Yeah, that's just because the director and writer was jerking off to Lightning the entire time during development.
Scratching their heads saying, what the fuck did I just play? And, you know, it was funny because, as usual, in Japan it was a huge bestseller. It did all right in the rest of the world, don't get me wrong, but then they came out with a sequel a couple years back called Final Fantasy 13-2. And this one starred Lightning's sister Sarah and this a few other, you know,
yeah, the hot younger sister
supporting characters going through time. There was some asshole who was trying to destroy time and destroy everything through some kind of a time warp system, and they went through time.
Yeah, bro, the guy who made I think his name's Toriyama in Square Enix, he was the one who was in charge of Final Fantasy 13. He's the one that designed Lightning and everything. Like, he was obsessed with her, bro. He was absolutely obsessed with Lightning. Like, he wanted Lightning to be the main character of Final Fantasy in perpetuity. He wanted 13 to be the final, like, entry in the Final Fantasy franchise as far as, like, the anthology goes, and just build upon that universe so that Lightning could be the centerpiece. They had Lightning do collabs with, like, clothing brands like Louis Vuitton. Lightning did a bunch of, like, random commercials and shit for Japanese businesses. He, like, had life-size statues made of, like, wild shit, bro. He was, like, absolutely obsessed with Lightning. Like, he basically got the opportunity to build his perfect waifu, and in pure Japanese fashion just went completely overboard when it comes to his obsession. So, yeah, he was, like, absolutely fucking obsessed with Final Fantasy 13, especially when it came to Lightning. And, yeah, Square Enix, the problem is 13 sold really well, 13-2 sold pretty well, and then 13 Lightning Returns sold like shit. So, yeah, Final Fantasy 15 was supposed to be Final Fantasy 13 Versus at first. So, Yup. And then also Final Fantasy Type 0 also was technically part of the 13 universe as well, too.
Changing it and doing certain things. It was, again, very convoluted, very confusing. And the thing that pissed people off the most is that when you beat the game, there was no ending. Lightning was in the game but never played a real major role. She's in the end of the game. It isn't clear where she went or what she's doing, why she's even in it. Very confusing, very convoluted. At the end of the game, her sister supposedly sacrifices herself and dies to save the world, even though it's never clear what the fuck is going on. Alright? And then it didn't have a definitive ending. Like, it didn't explain anything. And then come to find out later on, if you wanted to spend extra money, you got a DLC that kind of fleshed out a little bit more of the story. So in this regard, a lot of people got incredibly turned off and said, what the fuck? So let me get this straight. First game, we played 20, 30 hours of gameplay, suffer through this very linear game until it finally gets open world and better. Really confusing plot, really annoying characters in a lot of cases, and it's, you know, that game had an ending, a definitive ending. Boom, it's over. But then they decided to make a sequel to continue the story. The story's incredibly confusing in the sequel. Again, no one really understands it, knows what's going on.
Well, 13 didn't really have that definitive of an ending, but I guess, kinda.
And sure, I'm sure there are people out there who could very logically map out what's going on in these games. The problem is, to the lay person, the common person, the story makes no fucking sense. It's too confusing. And this, I think, is what the problem is with this line of games, Final Fantasy 13. Final Fantasy games have always had amazing, gripping stories. If you have a story that's so overdramatic and overblown that no one gets it, then you're going to lose your audience. And that's like...
Or it's just incredibly boring. Expedition 33. But
I think what happened with this Final Fantasy series, alright? So now, here we are years later. They said, oh, we're going to continue it again. Like, oh my god, are you fucking serious? Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Returns. It's the third and supposedly final part of this trilogy of Final Fantasy games. We're starring Lightning. Supposedly the story is that the world is now ending. Now, we don't know why. I guess we're hopefully going to find out as we play the game. Why is the world ending? What happened? I thought that Sarah saved the world with what she did at the end of Final Fantasy 13 too. I guess not. So the world is ending. Supposedly there's only 13 hours left. And Lightning has to go around the world trying to save people. What that entails, I have no flippin' clue. But everything's being destroyed. Monsters are invading. Crazy shit's happening. Lightning's running all around the planet, going against crazy opposition, trying to save everyone. So, again, a major departure from the previous game, because in this game, even though the last one had a time travel aspect, this one, you're only playing one character, Lightning. That's it. The whole game, you play Lightning. And what it is if you remember in previous games, it was a party of 3 who each had their own unique role, and then you could switch between different, say, classes or loadouts, so that you could have, okay, in one setting the guy's a tank, but then when the enemy gets staggered, now we go to all-out attack mode. Well, you're only playing one character this time, and this character, Lightning...
Yeah, and he's yet to unbox the game 8 minutes in.
Has different outfits that she finds in the game, and these outfits allow her to basically have those loadouts. So she could be a mage, or she can be a warrior, or she could be a dragoon. She can have all these different outfits that she finds during the course.
That's probably the longest I think I've ever heard DSP talk without going. Jeez.
Course of the game, they give her different abilities, and it has the same kind of stagger bar and the stuff that was in the other games, but there's other new stuff too. Now, I got 3 downloadable, hold on, let me grab the codes here. 3 downloadable costumes for the game that were, I'm assuming they were GameStop only pre-order bonuses. Here they are. I got the Cloud Strife costume. So that's right, Cloud, the fan favorite main character from Final Fantasy VII. We've got the Dark Samurai outfit, and we've got the Flower of Battle outfit. Now, I don't know what any of these really mean, okay? I don't know how they're going to really pan out during the course of the game and the game's gameplay. But yeah, it basically is going to be new classes and things to use. Now, apparently from what people are saying, the game is only it has 13 hours of gameplay. And after 13 hours, the time runs out, okay? The game ends. But then the game starts up as a new game plus. So if you fucked up, you didn't complete the game in 13 hours of gameplay, or maybe you've missed something critical your first run through, it'll reset and start back from the beginning. Now, in addition to that, what people are saying is that, well, even though, yeah, technically it's 13 hours and there's a clock that's...
SNK Nostalgia with the 2, this is what it's like living in Scanner's film. Or, I think he actually did live in like a, you know, crack house type condo. So, also that too. The chirp is stressing you out.
It's running down.
Nah, bro, it's just them ceiling bursts tweeting. You know?
There are ways in the game to either freeze time or add time. Now, I have no idea what those are. I didn't buy the
Yep, he hasn't even touched the case. Not even touched it.
strategy guide, because get this, the strategy guide was $25.
Oh my god.
And I said, now wait a minute. $60 for the game, another $25 for the strategy guide. Do I really see myself spending $85 on a game that's the third in a series that should have ended with the first game? And in a lot of ways, I know I'm saying a lot of negative stuff. Don't get me wrong. I've invested quite a lot of time and effort into this series, playing both part 1 and 2. And it's not that I hate it. It's more that I'm baffled by it. Like, what is the creative direction of Square Enix? Who is in charge? And where are they going with it? And it's kind of funny because a fan tweeted me last night and said, well, Phil, you may be wondering why the combat is so different in Final Fantasy Lightning Returns. It's because they fired the guy who was in charge of it for the first 2 games. And it's like, well, if you knew that it was bad, why wouldn't you just make a new game instead of making another sequel? I don't get it. It just baffles me. But for me, here's the thing. Here's why, at the core of it, here's why I'm playing it. I've already invested so much time into this game series that playing the first 2 installments of it, I need to play the...
A face on her stomach? I don't know about that. But this is the part that's keeping my attention.
Third. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see the resolution. Even if the ending is horrible, I have to see it, and I have to experience it because I've already invested so much else into it that I want to see how it ends. Okay? So that's why I'm playing Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Returns. So now, after I said all that, let's actually get to the unboxing aspect of the video. As you can see, it's incredibly basic, and you may be saying to yourself, but Phil, why are you playing this on
We're finally getting to the unboxing portion of the video. 11 minutes into the unboxing.
Xbox 360 when you play Final Fantasy 13 and 13-2 on PS3? It's very simple.
Nah, it's just a reflection of shit in this background. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Kinda.
I lost all my save files on the PS3 late last year when my PS3 crashed, and it does not boot anymore, and I was not able to transfer those files over. So I lost all the save data. So even if there was a feature in this game to import save data from previous game and maybe get something out of it, I couldn't do it. That's not possible, all right? So I said, you know what? I'm going to go with the console that, again, last-gen consoles. I loved the 360 for the controller, for the achievements, for the better online play. More often than not, if there was a cross-platform game, I got it on the Xbox 360. I decided in this case, I'm going to get it on 360. Doesn't really matter. There's no real advantage to buying it on either other console, okay? So it says here, it all ends here. Doomsday results in a different journey for every player. Real-time battles empower your every move. Hundreds of game-changing weapons and outfit combinations. So there you go. No online play, nothing like that. I'm sure, don't worry. Oh yeah, game content download. I'm sure there's going to be DLC for it. Don't worry. I'm sure it's coming because the game probably doesn't have an ending just like part 2, and you probably have to pay for the real ending later on. But I digress. So now, unfortunately, let's talk about reality. As you can hear, the alarm has not stopped fucking ringing, and it's actually funny because I'm going to show you.
He still hasn't unboxed it.
Guys, something.
He didn't even open it up.
I actually attempted to plug up my door, I'm not kidding, with paper towels to see if I could make the noise lower. And the truth of the matter is it has. What you're hearing right now is actually a muffled sound. The alarm is so fucking loud, right, that it would be twice as loud.
Bro, putting a fucking paper towels in there is probably making it worse.
If I hadn't done what I did. So, as you can hear, it's quite fucking annoying. And I have to work. Let's face it, I'm going on break tomorrow. as of tomorrow, which was Wednesday, February 12th, I'm going on break. I'm not going to be able to work anymore for a week. So I need to work today. God. So unfortunately, what it's looking like is going to happen is I'm going to have to start the playthrough with this noise. And I know it sucks, and I know it's awful, but the bottom line is I have no ETA and no promise that this alarm will even get fixed. It could literally just...
If he had a capture card, he could just upload no commentary gameplay. But this is still when he was pointing the camera at the screen.
Go off all day. And this is what happens when you unfortunately live in with an irresponsible apartment building. And I'm going to have to work when I'm going on break tomorrow.
There it is.
You can hear it's quite fucking annoying. And I have to work. Let's face it, I'm going...
There it is in all of its glory, the camera.
I'm on break tomorrow. As of tomorrow, which was for a week, and I know it's awful, but the bottom line is I have no ETA and no promise that this alarm will even get fixed. It could literally just go off all day. And this is what happens when you unfortunately live with an irresponsible apartment building and or condo facility where the management is fucking terrible and they don't give a shit about their tenants. If they cared, there would be a full-time super who would be here to fix this kind of stuff, but they don't care. So here's the bottom line. I'm going to have to start working. Now, I may wait. Right now, it's actually at 12:55 p.m., so I'm going to encode this video and upload it to YouTube. And in that period of time, I'm going to see if the alarm stops doing this. If it does, great. If not, I might have to set up and unfortunately start a stream, maybe even do a pre-stream with it going off and see how bad it is, see if there's ways I can muffle it on the microphone so that most people don't hear it too bad, and go from there. It's terrible, it's horrible, I'm a prisoner, I cannot wait to fucking move out of here, which I am, don't worry, I am having much headway in
Uh-oh, this is right before the beginning of the end.
Regards to that, and that's it. So thanks for watching the noisiest, most probably annoying release day unboxing you've ever watched, and hopefully this will get fixed and we'll have gameplay today. I'll have to let you know on Twitter. Thanks, everybody.
Oh my god. Jesus.
I can't afford this shit!
I don't know, bro. Good lord. No unboxing. No, Panda did not break up with him yet. Please tell me he uploaded it April 1st. Let's see. February 11th. Oh my god. It's a shame, man. This used to be the King of Hate vlogs. Now it's DSP Reacts. What a waste. What a waste. Oh my god. Let's see. So, Fluffle Nugget with the 2. I know what it'll take. Wait, I know what'll take care of that chirp. Oh, man. Hell yeah, dude. Either that or... Well, I don't think... Even that, I don't know. Because it's one of those ones that's hardwired into the building. It's like my college dorm had the same problem. Like, people would microwave shit and it would burn. Or they would smoke fucking weed or whatever. And yeah, you had to evacuate the whole fucking dorm building. It happened all the time. Click on the what? The 5th short. No, I'm not clicking on that nasty ass thing. No, well, my RA got kicked out of the school for selling drugs out of his room, but no, none of my immediate neighbors like smoked at all. It was people in the study lounge. Like people would hang out in the study lounge down on like the ground floor, and they would fucking smoke in there. And yeah, one time someone just took a big ass puff and just blew it right onto the smoke alarm. And they got him on camera. I think he got in trouble for it. For, like, falsifying, emergency response. I forgot what it was, but it was, like, some, like, actual crime. Like, illegally pulling a fire alarm or something. So, yeah, he got charged with that. He got arrested. So... I don't know, man.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Let me refresh this page real quick. Where were we on here? See, SNK Nostalgia with the 2 have seen Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma PS3 Japanese commercial. No, we can watch it real quick. And then also do the Biden death. Hopefully that picked up. That's actually kind of hard to do. Just like Rich's. I can't do that. Damn. I've lost my ability to do the Reddit chuckles. The breathing kind of sounded like Rich. This PC's heavy. And then, real controversial truth with the 2. This is why women are better at ASMR. Yeah. I don't know why you'd want to hear an obese man breathe into the mic and whisper in your ears, especially with his massive sausage fingers on camera. Like, I don't know. I would say, stay in your lane or put on some gloves. And Fluffle Nugget with the 2, Final Fantasy 13, Chirping returns. If only, man. I just wish she'd return my calls. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Action Figure Therapy, Motrin, and Water video. Let's see. This. And then Fluffle Nugget with the 2. I think you missed. Yeah, I got to him.
Compound fracture, Motrin and water. You got multiple gunshot wounds to the chest. You're getting Motrin and water. Oh, your leg was ripped off by a truck. Sorry to hear it. Motrin and water. Maybe a Band-Aid if you're a pussy. You got a headache? You're getting an IV. You got a case of the athlete's foot from the showers. Definitely an IV. Carpal tunnel from writing letters home to your girly friend. An IV. Call me penis machinist. One more time to my face. You're getting 2 IVs. In the dick. No Motrin. Fire in the hole. Your penis hole. And it's gonna burn.
Is that Fleekazoid guy? It sounds like the same voice.
Marines brush their teeth with napalm and floss them with barbed wire.
I guess it's not. He has the same voice. But maybe it is, maybe it isn't. The Zoomer game reviewer. It's already 6:30, damn. I probably should go ahead and hop off, guys. I gotta get going and start my morning, so... Hopefully, y'all have a great Wednesday. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Big ups to everybody in the chat, and I will talk to everybody later. Have a good one, guys.